Chapter 1730. Feeling the wind coming at her, Heavenly Mountain Tonglao pressed her hand on the ground and hurriedly retreated, dodging the solitary yang finger wind. However, when she was healing, she felt her qi and blood churning, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her cultivation technique was special, and her blood contained her inner energy and cultivation. She couldn't waste a single drop of blood. Now that she spat out such a large mouthful of blood, it was obvious that she was severely injured. Heavenly Mountain Tonglao was indeed a leader of the underworld. She knew that if she stayed here any longer, she would probably die. She quickly suppressed her injuries and used the Carefree faction's supreme lightness skill to leave the backyard. She humphed unwillingly, "Little brat, I will come back next time." Song Qingshu was speechless. He thought to himself that Grey Wolf and Pokemon's Team Rocket would often leave behind such a sentence at the end. Heavenly Mountain Tonglao's villainous nature was really strong. However, he admired her decisiveness. If she stayed a little longer, he would be able to suppress the notes of life and death in Heavenly Mountain Tonglao's body. At that time, he would be able to free himself, and it wouldn't be so easy for her to leave. "Thank you for saving me, General." At this time, Yelu Nansien also stood up and thanked him. At the same time, she looked up and down at him with her beautiful eyes. She seemed to be happy, but also a little suspicious. Suddenly, the night wind blew by, and she felt a slight chill. Looking down, she couldn't help but blush. It turned out that the 4 notes of life and death were very powerful. She felt like thousands of ants were biting her heart. Even though she tried her best to control it, she still tore her dress, causing her snow-white skin to be partly visible. Song Qingshu thoughtfully took off his jacket and put it on her. "Don't thank me too early. We were in a hurry just now, and I only temporarily suppressed the notes of life and death in your body. It will act up again in a dozen or so hours." Yelu Nansien was wrapped in a man's jacket, feeling the warmth of the man's aura. She was in a daze when she heard what he said, and her face paled. She still had lingering fear when the life-death talismans acted up, and she didn't want to experience it again. "Don't worry. I couldn't get rid of the life-death note for you just now because Heavenly Mountain Tonglao was beside you. I could only suppress it temporarily. However, she escaped with injuries. If you don't want to leave any hidden dangers, you must find a place to heal as soon as possible. So, she won't come back for a while. I will completely dissolve the life-death note in your body." Song Qingshu comforted her. "Yes." Yelu Nansien nodded slightly. No one knew what she was thinking, but her attitude towards him was clearly not as resistant as before. "The rest of the people in the envoy group are most likely drugged. Wait for me to wake them up so that they won't be disturbed when I'm healing them." Yelu Nansien naturally didn't have any objections. At this time, her dress was a bit disheveled, so it wasn't convenient for her to go with him. She returned to her room first. Song Qingshu first ran to Xiao Huandu to wake him up with cold water. When he realized what had just happened, he couldn't help but shiver in fear. "General Xiao, thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, I'm afraid all of us would have died here. It's fine if we died, but if we caused the princess to be kidnapped and war broke out between the 2 countries, we would become the greatest sinners of Great Liao." Song Qingshu saw how loyal and patriotic he was at the moment, and then thought of how he had asked the young girl to serve him in bed when he saw her. It was hard for Song Qingshu to put the 2 faces together. In order to make sure he didn't have to worry, Xiao Huandu purposely ran to the backyard to pay his respects to Yelu Nansien. After making sure she was fine, he finally relaxed. Only then did he notice that the backyard looked like it had been ravaged by a tornado. He couldn't help but click his tongue. When he heard that the little girl was actually the famous Heaven Mountain Maiden, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "I actually dared to flirt with Heaven Mountain Maiden." Xiao Huandu's back was drenched in cold sweat. He touched his neck in fear. "Damn it, when I get back, I must burn some incense and thank my ancestors for their protection. Song Qingshu thought to himself, rather than thanking your ancestors, you might as well thank me. He immediately scolded Xiao Huandu with a smile and sent him to wake up the other members of the envoy group. Not long after, the entire envoy group returned to normal. Because a few assassins had just died in the backyard, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, the scene was a bit disgusting. Naturally, it wasn't suitable for the princess to stay there. But the relay station was only so big, it was hard to find another place. In the end, it was Song Qingshu who offered his room to the princess. Xiao Huandu was put in a difficult position, thinking that it was one thing for the princess to move to another man's room, but everyone knew about the princess's attitude towards him on the way here. How could he possibly agree? He thought he would be rejected, but Yelu Nanxian actually agreed without hesitation. Adultery! This was the first thought that popped into Xiao Huandu's mind. But it was really unimaginable, the thought quickly disappeared. After changing rooms, Song Qingshu stayed next to Yelu Nanxian. Originally, it was a bit inappropriate for a foreign official to stay so close to a married princess, but because of the commotion just now, everyone was already frightened by the mere twang of a bow. With him staying by the princess' side to protect her, everyone felt a bit more at ease. After everyone packed up and left, Song Qingshu directly went to the room next door and knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was Yelu Nanxian's maid. She had just been knocked unconscious and had already woken up. Because she knew he was the one who saved everyone, the maid's attitude towards him improved a lot. But when she heard him wanting to enter the room so late at night, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "General, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. The princess has been poisoned. I need to treat her injuries as soon as possible," Song Qingshu explained. "This, should we inform Lord Xiao?" The maidservant had an awkward expression on her face. It had to be known that a maidservant's life, honor, and disgrace were closely related to their masters. If there was any scandal in the future, their masters might not be able to live well, but they might not necessarily die. However, a maidservant like her would definitely die. "If this matter were to spread out, it wouldn't be good for your princess, right?" Song Qingshu said. The maid rolled her eyes, thinking that since he knew it wouldn't be good, why did he still come here in the middle of the night? Just as she was about to find another reason to refuse, Yelu Nanxian's voice came from inside the room. "Let him in." The maid was dumbfounded, turning around to look at the man in front of her, thinking that she had only been unconscious for 2 hours. How did their relationship suddenly become so? But since her master had already spoken, what else could she do? She could only helplessly invite Song Qingshu in. "I hope General can hurry. After all, it would be inappropriate if someone found out." She had already made up her mind to stand guard outside, and if anything happened outside, she would immediately report back. After all, this was related to her family's life. Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. "The princess and I are open and aboveboard, yet you make it sound like we're having an affair." The maid thought to herself, who was it that said it wouldn't be good if someone found out? She lightly snorted and closed the door for him. "This general greets the princess." Song Qingshu thought to himself, women will always be women. They had just changed rooms, yet the air was already filled with the fragrance of cosmetics. "General, no need to be so courteous." Yelu Nanxian leisurely walked out from the inner room. She had already changed into a light green dress. Her face was as delicate as porcelain, and her skin was white and delicate. Her slender figure was light and graceful, and her body was soft and delicate, but her breasts were unusually full. Song Qingshu began to despise himself. What did he care about all day long? Feeling his burning gaze, Yelu Nanxian blushed, but for the first time, she didn't get angry. "What do I need to prepare to dissolve the life-death talisman?" "There's nothing special to prepare. The only requirement is that the poisoned person needs to take off their clothes," Song Qingshu answered without thinking. Yelu Nanxian frowned, lightly said, "General, do you know what you're saying?" Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. I know the princess will misunderstand, but I really don't have any ulterior motives. Also, if the princess is worried, I will cover my eyes during the entire process. If you cover your eyes and touch something you shouldn't touch, then you won't be blamed? Yalu Nanxian directly exposed his thoughts. Song Qinshu was startled, thinking, why don't you play by the rules? Yalu Nanxian sneered. I can be considered half a martial artist. I've always been curious. When martial artists treat men's internal injuries, they usually keep their clothes on, but when it comes to treating women's injuries, they often ask the women to take off their clothes. In the end, isn't this a trick of you men? Song Qinshu answered with a straight face. Scientific research has proven that a man's body fat percentage is between 1% to 20%, and a woman's body fat percentage is between 1% to 22%, much higher than a man's. Most of this fat is stored under the skin, blocking the meridians, which is a big hindrance to the treatment process. Think about it, a woman, after an injury, has a slightly higher body fat percentage, and with the cover of her clothes, it's a double hindrance, affecting the use of internal energy. Direct treatment can't achieve the best results, it's life-threatening. Yalu Nanxian. The two stared at each other, the room fell into an awkward silence. Song Qinshu guiltily added, the life and death talisman uses thin ice cubes to inject yin and yang qi into the meridians. It also needs the corresponding yin and yang qi to dissolve it. After the ice cubes are dissolved, it turns into steam, which needs to be expelled from the body through the skin. If it's blocked by clothes, it's easy to fail. You're talking nonsense with a straight face. Yalu Nanxian spat lightly, but even though she said that, her feet moved towards the inner chamber. Come inside. Song Qinshu was surprised. He followed her into the bedroom, and saw her slowly loosening the silk belt around her waist. He was dumbfounded. Princess, what are you doing? Yalu Nanxian paused. Didn't you tell me to take off my clothes to treat my injuries? I told you to take them off, so you took them off? Song Qinshu wasn't happy at all, instead, he was angered. Then if I told you to sleep with me, would you sleep with me? Yalu Nanxian blushed, she mumbled. You didn't ask me to sleep with you. Song Qinshu suddenly felt annoyed. Do you know what it means to take off your clothes in front of a man you don't know? What are the consequences? Out of bad taste, he purposely hid his identity to tease Yalu Nanxian, but he didn't think things would develop like this. If she really took off her clothes, what would that mean? Would he cheat on himself? What consequences? Yalu Nanxian asked lightly. Song Qinshu was speechless. He didn't know how to explain. Either way, it won't work. Yalu Nanxian sneered. You're the one who told me to take off my clothes, and now you're the one who's angry. Is there something wrong with your brain? Song Qinshu. Chapter 1731. Suddenly, Yalu Nanxian giggled. All right, brother Song, I know it's you that's why. Song Qinshu was taken aback, his face darkened. Do I look like your brother Song? Yalu Nanxian giggled. I know you can disguise yourself, not to mention, in this world, who else can use the 18 dragon subduing palms to such a level? She had seen Song Qinshu use the 18 dragon subduing palms to fight Ouyang Feng's toad skill on Divine Dragon Island, so she recognized it. The 18 dragon subduing palms is the beggar sect's secret art. Who knows how many people know it? Maybe 1 or 2 can reach this level, but it doesn't mean anything. Song Qinshu's face was still dark. But there's also your sword energy. Does anyone else in the martial world know 10,000 returning swords? Yalu Nanxian's eyes were like crescent moons, full of amusement. There are so many sword experts in the martial world, many of them know sword energy. Do you really believe a random shout of 10,000 returning swords? Song Qinshu was still in a bad mood, precisely because he was an expert in disguise. He had always been worried that someone would try to impersonate him. Seeing Yalu Nanxian thinking that a man with a different face could be him with just a few clues, of course he wasn't happy. There are many, But you know the 18 dragons subduing palms, no 10,000 returning swords, and… Yelu Nansien suddenly stuttered. And what? Song Qingshu was very curious. How did she determine his identity? Such a cheap person, Brother Song is the only one in the world. Yelu Nanxian's lips curled up. Clearly she was very happy at this moment. Song Qingshu. All right, don't be angry. Do you remember when my dress was torn, you put your coat on me? Actually, I was the last one to confirm it because… Yelu Nansien suddenly blushed, stuttering, because I remember your scent. Song Qingshu was stunned. Was this a woman's talent? It seemed like many women could clearly distinguish the scents of their own men. On the contrary, it was difficult for men to distinguish the scents of women. In any case, it was the fragrance of rouge and face powder. Then he felt pity for Yelu Nansien. He and Yelu Nansien actually only had one night of marriage. It was a freak accident. He didn't think she would remember this feeling so deeply in her heart. At this time, he no longer had the mood to tease her. He took off his mask and revealed his face. Sister Nansien, I'm sorry, Nansien. Yelu Nansien said blankly, originally, you promised me that you would come and be my great general, but I didn't see you that day. At that time, I was really disheartened. I thought that since you didn't care about me, I might as well marry that crown prince of Western Xia. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, I was in Sichuan before. Something happened there, so I was delayed. However, I rushed here without stopping. I traveled day and night without any rest. Yelu Nansien couldn't help but snort. I really didn't scold you, you obviously came here, but you still deliberately deceived me. Song Qingshu's expression was gloomy. It's not like you don't know that my current identity can't be revealed, so I had to change my identity. Also, I wanted to tell you as soon as I came, but unfortunately, you didn't even see me. Yelu Nansien was a little embarrassed. I was angry at you at that time, and I thought the general wasn't you. I was in a bad mood, so I didn't give him a good face. Song Qingshu gently pulled her into his arms. Don't worry, now that I'm here, you don't have to worry about anything. Yelu Nansien nodded. In truth, she couldn't really explain her relationship with Song Qingshu. In the beginning, she admired him and had a good impression of him, but after the incident that happened that night in Yangzhou, she didn't know how she felt at that time. She just didn't know how to face Song Qingshu, so early the next morning, she quietly left. Later, when she met him in Liao, she felt familiar and strange. She wanted to be close to him, but she felt something was missing, and she wanted to stay away, but she didn't want to. It was not until she got married to the Western Xia country this time that the sadness and disappointment in her heart gradually made her realize something. A moment ago, he protected her with one hand and fought against the famous heavenly mountain Tonglao with the other, regardless of the danger. She could even hear the sound of her heartbeat. It was not nervousness or fear, but a kind of palpitating heartbeat. Don't talk, let's get rid of the life and death spell in your body first, or I won't be at ease. Thinking that the poison in her body was a time bomb, Song Qingshu said hurriedly. Do I really have to take off my clothes? Yelu Nansien suddenly lowered her voice. Actually, it's not necessary, but the effect will be better if you take it off. Song Qingshu laughed awkwardly. Yelu Nansien glared at him. I knew it. Just as Song Qingshu was feeling awkward, he suddenly saw Yelu Nanshian's slender hands lightly untie the belt around her waist, slowly pulling her dress down from her shoulders, revealing her back that was like the finest white jade. Her skin was exposed to the air, and he could faintly see that her body was slightly trembling. He didn't know if it was because the air was too cold or because she was too nervous. Song Qingshu put his hand on her shoulder and said softly, Don't be nervous, leave the rest to me. Feeling the heat from his palm, Yelu Nansien nodded almost inaudibly. That night in Yangzhou was a blur, but this time, she was the one who took the initiative to take off her clothes in front of this man. How could she not be nervous? Song Qingshu paused, then reminded her, Oh right, because the life and death spells acupuncture points are Zigong, Ling Su, Guanyuan, and Fu Tu, I might move my hand to the corresponding acupuncture points. These acupuncture points corresponded to the chest, lower abdomen, and thighs. If it wasn't someone close to her, it would be difficult to treat. This was also why Song Qinshu chose to suppress the life and death spell instead of removing it right away in the backyard. Seeing that Yelu Nansien didn't speak, Song Qinshu asked again, "Sister Nansien?" Yelu Nansien finally spoke, but her tone was 70% shy and 30% angry. "I've already taken off my clothes, and you still keep asking me about this." Song Qinshu paused, then couldn't help but laugh. This time, it was Yelu Nanxian's turn to be embarrassed. Am I too rude? You are a beautiful ruse horse that grew up on the grasslands. If your personality is as bashful as a Jiangnan water village woman, it would be a bit inappropriate. Song Qinshu gently tidied her waterfall-like hair and said softly, "You're calling me a horse?" Yelu Nansien turned around angrily, her beautiful eyes widened. "A horse is meant to be ridden." At this point, she suddenly realized something and spat, "Rogue." Song Qinshu looked down at her, couldn't help but wipe the blood from his nose. "Ahem, aren't you forcing me to become a pervert?" Yelu Nansien didn't understand. Following his gaze, she lowered her head, then realized that she had taken off her clothes. When she turned around, "Didn't that mean, ah?" Yelu Nansien really screamed this time. Like a startled rabbit, she hurriedly turned around, throwing the pillow at the man behind her. "Get out, I don't want to treat you anymore." Of course, Song Qinshu wasn't stupid enough to go out. He knew that she was still young and couldn't bring herself to do it so quickly. He went over and pulled her into his arms. "Let's stop fooling around, let's start treating now, in case the sun comes up." Yelu Nansien didn't have time to reply. Suddenly, a cry came from the door. The two of them looked towards the source of the sound, only to see the maid standing at the door staring at them in shock. The maid was about to go crazy. She had taken a huge risk to let this marriage escort general into the princess room. Her heart was on tenterhooks the whole time. Unfortunately, she didn't know martial arts. She couldn't hear anything from the door. She could only silently pray for the marriage escort general to come out as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't seem to heed her pleas. The marriage escort general still hadn't come out. She couldn't help but stick her ear to the door, wanting to hear what was going on inside. At that moment, the princess screamed. She instinctively opened the door and rushed in, just in time to see the princess sitting naked on the bed, the marriage escort general holding her in his arms. "How dare you, Xiao Beishan, offend the princess?" The maidservant's mind went blank. The thing she was most worried about had finally happened. If anything happened to the princess and it affected the marriage alliance between the two countries, she would definitely die a horrible death. Because she was so flustered, she did not realize that the general who was supposed to escort the bride had changed his appearance. She only saw his clothes and subconsciously thought that he was Xiao Beishan. Yelu Nansien wanted nothing more than to strangle this man behind her, making her embarrass herself in front of the maid. But now, she had no other choice. She couldn't let the maid alert the other people in the envoy group. "Xiao Xian, go out," Yelu Nansien ordered. Song Qinshu was surprised. So this maid was called Xiao Xian. She must have taken Yelu Nanxian's name, but her surname couldn't be Shangguan, right? The maid called Xiao Xian said anxiously. "But the princess," Yelu Nansien said, "I told you to go out, just now, don't mention what you saw to anyone." At this point, how could the maid not understand that it wasn't the marriage escort general who forced her miss? It was clearly a consensual, adulterous couple. It was no wonder she had such a big grudge. After all, the other party was the one who enjoyed it, but the one who lost her life in the end was very likely to be the maid. No matter how she looked at it, it was a losing deal. But she was saved by the miss from the slave market when she was young, and grew up with the miss. Although they were master and servant in name, they were as close as sisters. Now, she could only cover up for the miss. She glared fiercely at the man, but he seemed to be guilty and didn't dare to look back at her. Xiao Xian had no choice but to leave, planning to help the two of them keep watch outside. I really don't have the face to see anyone now. Seeing the maid leave, Yelu Nanxian's face was like a burning cloud. Song Qingshu didn't mind. She's your personal maid, we can hide what happened between us for a day or two, but can we hide it forever? It's good that she finds out now. Oh right, her surname isn't Shangguan, is it? Chapter 1732. Song Qingshu didn't expect that he would create the famous Shangguan Xiaoxian with just a few words, but he knew that it was just a coincidence. After all, although the maid looked delicate and pretty, according to the legends, she was not only the richest woman in the world, but she also had martial arts that allowed her to dominate the martial arts world. Not only was she well versed in martial arts, her intelligence was also top-notch, and she was also a rare beauty in this world. She had a wonderful allure, enough to make most men fall into sin. Her childlike face had an indescribable charm and innocence, and her eyes were round and bright. Every inch of her womanly body seemed to emit an irresistible heat. She was as beautiful as a fairy, and her appearance was like the spirit of a plum blossom, a fairy from the heavens. At the same time, her voice was like the gentle breeze of a spring evening. This is the home field of the Golden Book. Characters like the ancient dragon should stand aside. Of course, Song Qingshu knew that this maid wasn't the woman in his memory, but this name made him recall some things from his previous life, and he couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong? Yelu Nanxian asked curiously. Song Qingshu shook his head. Nothing, let's start healing. After the episode just now, the two of them were no longer as bashful as before. Song Qingshu's expression had also returned to normal, and he began to remove the life and death talismans from her body. However, this made things difficult for Yelu Nanxian. Song Qingshu was an experienced player, and he was able to stay calm even when he was in love. She had been a young girl who had kept her chastity for more than 10 years. Although she had a muddled night in Yangzhou, it didn't affect her young girl mentality too much. Now, feeling the heat from his palms seeping into her skin, her heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of her throat. Especially when she felt his hot palms roaming around her body, Yelu Nanxian's eyes were about to tear up. That night in Yangzhou was too muddled, and she was filled with fear and terror. She had no way of experiencing the process, but it was different now. Whether it was the relationship between the two of them or her mentality, it made her feel much more relaxed. After all, she was only a teenage girl and was far from the age to be greedy for pleasure. At this time, her heart was filled with a kind of inexperienced sweetness mixed with a bit of ignorance and shyness. But not long after, her expression suddenly changed, because she felt warm all over. There was a strange feeling gradually rising from the depths of her body, gradually turning into a ball of air, as if it wanted to pull out her throat. It turned out that removing the life and death charm required the use of yin and yang qi. The whole process was like slaughtering a chicken, every cell in the body would tremble with joy. But Yelu Nanxian didn't understand all this. She just thought it was because of her special body constitution. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and endure it. She was worried that if she made some shameful sound, her boyfriend would think she was a fickle woman. A young girl's mind was always this complicated and nervous, afraid of leaving the slightest bad impression. But there were many things that couldn't be resisted by willpower, and from time to time, that sweet sound still seeped out of her mouth. Feeling the pain that the young girl was trying to suppress, Song Qingshu was experienced and quickly understood what was going on. He said softly, "You don't have to endure it, it's not good for your body." He then explained the general principle of removing the life and death charm, telling her that this was the most normal reaction of the human body. Yelu Nanxian was already on the verge of collapse, but when she heard his words, it was as if she heard the most beautiful sound in the world, and she completely relaxed. However, the moment she relaxed, Song Qingshu suffered. He had been healing her with a clear mind, but when he heard her moaning, he felt his mouth go dry. The young girl's passionate voice was the most beautiful music in the world. In addition to the sweat from healing, the young girl's natural and fresh scent lingered in the tent, and the feeling of youth and vitality from her palm made one's heart even more restless. Song Qinshu persevered with great willpower, completely removing the life and death charm for her. At this time, his eyes were already red, and his body was as hot as fire. Yelu Nanxian's eyes were blurry, and her body was soft as if she didn't have any bones, lying in his arms, waiting for him to do whatever he wanted. This is the sweet after the bitter. The thought flashed through Song Qingshu's mind, and he was about to kiss the beautiful girl's red lips when suddenly there was a knock on the door. "Princess, princess." It was the maid Xiao Xian's voice. "What is it?" As soon as Yelu Nanxian said those words, even she was startled. Her voice was no longer as clear and bright as usual, instead, it was as sweet as honey. Song Qingshu's face was also gloomy. This maid had interrupted him time and time again, and he was wondering if he should seal her meridian points the next time he came. "It's morning." The maid's voice was also filled with speechlessness. These two had been inside for the whole night. Did they really not pay attention to the time? When the people in the envoy group woke up one after another, if they saw the marriage general staying in the princess's room, it would definitely cause an uproar. Hearing the maid's reminder, Song Qinshu glanced at the window and saw that the sky outside was getting brighter. Only then did he realize that after the battle with Heaven Mountain Maiden and the removal of 4 life and death charms, time had indeed passed very quickly. Yelu Nanxian had regained the shyness and restraint of a young girl. She wrapped the blanket around her body and said in a small voice, "Brother Song, you should leave quickly, it won't be good if other people see you." Song Qingshu's expression was a little gloomy, so depressing. Seeing his expression, Yelu Nanxian couldn't bear to see him like this. "You can come back at night." After saying that, she embarrassedly buried her whole body in the quilt, leaving only her beautiful black hair outside. "Okay." Song Qingshu's mood instantly improved. He quickly changed his clothes, put on his mask again, and walked out. Looking at his brisk pace and his irrepressible proud expression as he walked, the maidservant Xiao Xian felt a burst of displeasure in her heart. She glared fiercely at his back, then closed the door and nervously ran to her mistress's side. "Your Grace, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yelu Nanxian felt a little awkward, her voice was a little lacking in confidence. This bastard really doesn't know how to be gentle with the fairer sex. Sensing the strangeness in her master's voice, the maid Xiao Xian immediately misunderstood, thinking that she had been tormented for the whole night. Yelu Nanxian's face became even redder. She hurriedly explained, "Song. General Xiao is only treating my injuries, don't think too much." "Treating injuries?" The maid Xiao Xian cursed inwardly. "Miss, do you think I'm an idiot? A man and a woman alone in a room for the whole night, and just now I saw you taking off your clothes and being held in his arms. Even a pig wouldn't believe you if you said you were treating injuries. You might as well say he was doing your hair." "That's right, princess, you have a noble status. He's just an inferior general that I've never heard of. Although his martial arts is a little better, it's nothing." The maid Xiao Xian couldn't help but mumble, "Don't talk nonsense." Yelu Nanxian interrupted her. "He's the most capable man in the world, all the others combined can't compare to him." But her tone was a little sad. The two of them had just confirmed their relationship, but she was about to marry into the Xixia. Although the other party had repeatedly promised that he would never marry the Xixia crown prince, but as a member of the royal family, how could she not know how insignificant an individual's strength was in the face of the country's will? Although he was very capable, he was still a man, not a god. This was also the reason why she took the initiative to invite the other party. She just wanted to spend this limited time with her lover, and her only wish was that the road to the Xixia country would be a little further. The maid on the side saw the infatuated look on the Miss face, and couldn't help but secretly curl her lips. all the other men combined can't compare to him. No wonder people say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I really can't understand what's so good about this marrying general. The next day, the diplomatic mission continued on its journey. After the incident last night, everyone was not in good spirits, so Song Qinshu suggested that they travel less today and rest in the nearest town. The other members of the diplomatic mission were naturally happy to agree, and they even praised General Shao for being considerate to his subordinates. Song Qingshu's main purpose was to meet Yelu Nanxian, but it was also a good idea to win people's hearts along the way. From time to time, he would look back at the princess's carriage, and occasionally, he would see Yelu Nanxian lifting the curtain to peek at him. Their eyes would meet, full of tenderness and sweetness, but this disgusted the maid on the side, Xiao Xian. She always found this guy who had taken over her Mrs. Body and mind very unpleasant, but what made her even more annoyed was that she couldn't do anything to stop it. As for Song Qinshu, who was an eyesore to her, at this time, in addition to exchanging flirtatious glances with Yelu Nanxian, he was more concerned about the origin of those people last night, and why they wanted to kill Yelu Nanxian. Yelu Nanxian didn't have any enemies in Jianghu, and because of the fall of Yelu Isan, all the grievances had been sealed in the coffin, so the people who wanted to kill her were most likely to ruin the marriage. Was it the southern Song dynasty, the Mongolian Empire, or the Xixia country itself? Song Qinshu naturally knew that this was not the plan of the Jin kingdom and the Manchurian Qing dynasty, so there were only a few possibilities left. But now that the southern Song dynasty was suffering a crushing defeat in the northern expedition and the chaos in Sichuan, they shouldn't have the time to care about this matter. Besides, the Kongtong sect was also involved in this matter, so the southern Song dynasty shouldn't be able to order her around. Thinking of the heavenly mountain maiden hiding in the dark and spying on them, they didn't know when she would find an opportunity to strike. It was really impossible to guard against. Thinking of her peerless martial arts, Song Qinshu had a headache. Along the way, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. The delegation had already arrived at the small town, where there was no courier station. Of course, because of the previous incident, the group of people still had a lingering fear in their hearts, so they probably wouldn't stay at the courier station again. So they simply booked an inn and stayed there. Song Qinshu summoned the people of the delegation, and deliberately strengthened their vigilance. In fact, he didn't need to say anything, everyone had also raised their vigilance. They were lucky to survive last night, but if they had to do it again, no one could guarantee that they would be as lucky as before. After setting up several layers of defense, Song Qinshu still set up his room next to the commandery princess. With yesterday's incident, no one had any objections. Shangguan Shaoxian, the only one who knew the truth, could only roll her eyes, but she couldn't tell the others the truth. Although it was still early to stay, Song Qinshu was the general who sent the bride, so he had a lot of things to deal with. Xiao Huandu also came to him from time to discuss some things. Although Song Qinshu was annoyed, he could only pretend to be polite. After waiting until midnight, when everyone gradually fell asleep, Song Qinshu ran to the door next door and knocked on it. Shangguan Shaoxian, who opened the door, saw him and showed an expression of, "I knew it." After entering the door and seeing her standing there motionless, Song Qinshu couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going out?" Chapter 1733. Looking at the little handmaiden with a temper, Song Qinshu found it a little strange. "You can sleep in my room next door." The little handmaiden curled her lips. "I don't want to sleep in a stinky man's bed. Besides, I'm a pure girl. If I sleep in a man's room in the middle of the night, how can I face others?" "Song Qinshu," the little handmaiden continued to snort, "and from your appearance, I can tell that you have made a lot of enemies in your daily life. What if someone comes to seek revenge in the middle of the night, and I happen to be sleeping there unluckily? Wouldn't I become your scapegoat?" "Little girl, you're really sharp-tongued." Song Qinshu was also very helpless. "You're not outside or next door. You can't just stay in the room, right? When I'm intimate with your princess. Don't you know what see no see, hear no hear means? The little handmaiden's face flashed a little red. After all, I'm the princess's personal maid. I have to get used to this kind of thing. Song Qingshu was startled. Only then did she think of the customs of this world. A servant girl like her did not need to avoid anything. Moreover, the wives and concubines of those big families fought for favor. Sometimes, when the master was physically inconvenient, he would let his personal servant girl serve the husband to keep his body and mind. Thinking of this, Song Qingshu could not help but feel excited. He carefully looked at the handmaiden in front of him. Although she was not beautiful, she had delicate features, red lips, and white teeth. In particular, the collagen on her face showed the attractive youthfulness of a young girl. It is said that capitalism has something to learn. I think the feudal society also has something to learn. Song Qingshu thought with a strange expression. What are you looking at? Shangguan Xiaoxian's heart skipped a beat when she saw his eyes, and she took a step back guiltily. Song Qingshu could not help laughing. Now he was no longer the ignorant person he used to be. How could he really have any thoughts about a little handmaiden like her? Since you want to stay, then stay here. Looking at his back as he walked into the inner room, Shangguan Xiaoxian raised her small fist. What do you mean I want to stay here? This is where I live. When Song Qingshu entered the inner room, his eyes suddenly lit up, because at this time, Yelu Nansien was sitting on the bed, dressed in a bright red wedding dress. Her whole person looked even more charming and enchanting. The candlelight in the room fell on her quiet and beautiful face. The shadow of her long eyelashes could be faintly seen on her face that was as pure as snow. Her eyes were as clear as a spring on a stone. She looked at her quietly. Are you bickering with Xiaoxian again? She could vaguely hear the voice coming from outside the room. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Your little handmaiden has quite a character. Yelu Nanxian's eyes shone with a doting light. It's all my fault for spoiling her too much. In fact, in my heart, I never saw her as a maidservant, but more like a younger sister. It's her good fortune to have an older sister like you. Song Qingshu walked to her side and sat down. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, Let's not talk about her, let's talk about our business. Yelu Nansien blushed and said coquettishly, What business do we have? Looking at her perfect profile through the curtain of beads hanging from the phoenix coronet, her crystal-clear skin, and her rosy lips, Song Qingshu said, This dress of yours should be the wedding dress that the Great Forest Dental School prepared for you, right? As the general who escorted the bride, he naturally recognized that this wedding dress was the dress she would wear when she came to the Western Xia and married the crown prince. That's right, Yelu Nansien nodded. But in my heart, there is only one husband, and I will only wear it for him. As she spoke, she looked at her lover beside her. Under her slightly trembling eyelashes, her eyes were long and charming. Nansien, Song Qingshu couldn't help but hold her little hand. The most touching thing in the world was a young girl's passionate confession. Sometimes he couldn't help but sigh at himself, how could he be so lucky? Song Lang. At first, Yelu Nansien wasn't used to it, but in the end, she still called out. Song Qingshu put one hand around her soft willow-like waist, the other hand supporting her smooth jade-like chin, and lowered his head. Yelu Nansien slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes slightly trembling, revealing an inexplicable beauty. A young girl's breath was always so sweet and enchanting, Song Qingshu couldn't stop praising her in his heart. Yelu Nanxian's mind was already blank, she could only passively respond. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her body. She opened her eyes slightly and found that the wedding dress on her body had already been taken off. She was shy but also full of admiration. Song Lang's martial arts are really unfathomable, I didn't even notice how he took it off. If Song Qingshu knew that her attention was actually on this, he would definitely laugh and scold her for being a martial arts obsessed girl. Even in this kind of situation, she was still thinking about martial arts. Of course, Song Qinshu couldn't think of anything else at this time. His attention was completely attracted by the young girl's closed legs. Because she grew up on the prairie, and because she practiced martial arts from a young age, her legs were not only well-proportioned and slender, but also full of a healthy and youthful aura. Song Qinshu had always admired Yelu Nanxian's tall and well-proportioned figure, and had long speculated how perfect her body was under her dress. Unfortunately, the last time in Yangzhou was too chaotic. He could only swallow it in one gulp. He didn't have time to carefully appreciate it. This time, he naturally wouldn't miss it again. Shinji Jiantong's sentence that he could play with her legs for a year was really too classic. Song Qinshu found that he couldn't find any other words that could better describe this feeling at this time. TSK, the general who escorts the bride is actually embezzling the things that are guarding her. If the Western Xia's crown prince knew that his crown princess had already been played with by other men who knows how many times, what do you think his reaction would be? At this time, a teasing voice suddenly sounded. This time, the two of them were scared out of their wits, and hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice, only to see a beautiful little girl sitting on the window, a teasing smile on her face, and a pair of legs leisurely swaying there. Heavenly Mountain Tong Lao. Song Qinshu secretly blamed himself. Just now, all his attention was on Yelu Nanxian, so he didn't notice the enemy at such a close distance. Of course, this was also because Heavenly Mountain Tong Lao's martial arts skills were too high. If it was an ordinary martial arts master, even if he wasn't focused, he would still be able to notice it very quickly. Yelu Nanxian pulled the quilt over her chest. Her eyes were full of shame and indignation. After being seen by this person again and again, she really wasn't in a good mood. "Don't be in a hurry, I have something to say." Seeing that Song Qinshu was about to attack, Heavenly Mountain Tong Lao hurriedly said. At the same time, a serious expression appeared on her face, and her pair of swaying legs returned to the window, ready to attack at any time. Song Qinshu couldn't be bothered to listen to what she had to say, and in a flash, he was already in front of her. After all, the relationship between him and Yelu Nanxian was very important. If it was leaked out, it would be very troublesome. "Stinking brat, do you not understand what I'm saying?" Heavenly Mountain Tong Lao angrily scolded, but soon she didn't have the energy to talk, and could only focus on dealing with the unpredictable attacks of her opponent. This time, Song Qinshu's first attack was Sword Chi, because he knew that other martial arts would be easily countered by the Heavenly Mountain Plum snapping hand, so he used his strongest attack. Combined with his peerless movement technique, he moved up and down, left and right, attacking his opponent from 365 degrees without any blind spots. Heavenly Mountain Tong Lao's heart was in turmoil. With last night's experience, although the opponent's sword chi was difficult to deal with, it wasn't impossible to defend against. She originally thought that there wasn't much of a difference between the two of them, but now that his feet could move, she realized how wrong she was. His movement technique was too terrifying. One moment he was in front of her, and the next moment, he appeared behind her or above her. Even when she tried her best, she couldn't see how he moved. It was as if he was teleporting. If it wasn't for her 90 years of cultivation and experience, she might have lost the moment they fought. Even so, she knew that she couldn't hold on for long, so she quickly moved to the corner of the wall. She made up her mind that as long as she used the wall as a shield, she wouldn't be attacked from behind or from the side. She only needed to focus on the attack from above, and the pressure was instantly reduced by a few times. When she finally retreated to the corner of the wall, Heavenly Mountain Tong Lao's lips curled up slightly. She had neutralized her opponent's attack by a few times, and she was already looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Unexpectedly, her opponent suddenly disappeared, and Heavenly Mountain Tong Lao calmly attacked upwards. As she was hiding in the corner where the two walls intersected, her opponent could only attack from above her head. However, the smile on her face suddenly froze, because when she looked up, her opponent didn't appear above her head. Where did he go? Heavenly Mountain Tonglao instantly had goosebumps, but before she could react, the wall behind her suddenly shattered, and the power of the one yang finger sealed her major acupoints. How is this possible? At this point, how could she not understand that after her opponent disappeared, he directly appeared outside the house, and then sealed her acupoints through the wall? As she instinctively thought that her side and back were safe, she didn't defend herself at all, and her opponent's attack hit her. However, she still couldn't understand. There were two thick walls around them, and even the window was far away. How did he appear outside in an instant? Song Qingshu reappeared in the house, and he looked at the dumbfounded Heavenly Mountain Tonglao. He couldn't help but laugh. I finally caught you. Actually, if Heavenly Mountain Tonglao didn't think she was smart enough to hide in the corner and completely give up defending her back and side, with her martial arts, even if he used all his strength, he would have to spend a lot of effort to take her down. What kind of martial arts is this? How can you teleport outside the house? Heavenly Mountain Tonglao was still in a daze, but she was experienced and knowledgeable, so she quickly realized that it was a high-level martial art, and she wasn't seeing a ghost. Chapter 1734. So close yet so far apart. Just like the name. Heaven Mountain Tonglao's martial arts had reached the peak of the man in the painting, and she seemed to have understood something. Your martial arts are definitely not the same as Nameless. Who are you? Your appearance has changed? Song Qingshu then remembered that he had just been intimate with Yelu Nancian, and he couldn't wear a mask, so he revealed his true face. Now you have to understand your situation. You are my captive, and I am the only one who can ask you questions. You have no right to ask me. Brat. Heaven Mountain Tonglao had always been hot-tempered, but normally, she could kill those people with a wave of her hand. But this person in front of her, she couldn't defeat him, and she couldn't even resist. Thinking of this, she became even more depressed. But she had already made up her mind. She wouldn't let him get any information out of her. Heaven Mountain Tonglao's unyielding character was no joke. But to her surprise, he didn't ask her any questions. Instead, he came over and sealed her other major acupoint. What are you doing? Heaven Mountain Tonglao shouted angrily. Her mute acupoint was also sealed. Song Qingshu sighed. The 8 desolations and 6 directions supremacy skill you are practicing is really amazing. It actually changed your meridians to be different from those of ordinary people. This was also why he sealed her acupoints again. After all, with the previous experience, he was worried that she would break through her acupoints again. Woo woo woo, Heaven Mountain Tonglao's mute acupoint was sealed, and she could only make some meaningless sounds. Wait, I have more important things to do now. I will find you later. As he said this, he grabbed her by the collar and threw her behind the screen. Heaven Mountain Tonglao was petite, and looked like a little girl from the outside. It was as if she was being carried by her parents. She had never been treated like this before, and she felt extremely humiliated. At this time, Shangguan Shaoxian also came in from the outside while rubbing her eyes. I think I heard the sound of fighting. Did something happen? She had been guarding outside for the whole night, so she was especially sleepy today. Song Qingshu was speechless. He thought to himself that this guy could really sleep. If something really happened, by the time he reacted, his princess would have already been kidnapped. It's nothing. Go back to sleep. Song Qingshu pressed her face and pushed her back. Oh, Shangguan Shaoxian mumbled. Before she walked out, she turned around and added, although the commandery princess has been practicing martial arts since she was a child, she is still a virgin. She can't withstand your torment. Be gentle. Song Qingshu. Yelu Nancian. Returning to Yelu Nancian's side, Song Qingshu's face was gloomy, Maid, what are you thinking about all day long? She must have heard the sound of his battle with Heaven Mountain Tong Lao and mistakenly thought that he was fighting with her master. Yelu Nansien also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tell her to read less nonsense in the future. She was wrapped in a quilt in front of her chest, revealing her fair shoulders and delicate collarbone. Under the candlelight she looked even more lovely. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He leaned over and said, "Forget about her, let's continue." Behind the screen, Heaven Mountain Tong Lao's eyes widened. He said he had more important things to do. Was this what he meant? How can we do that? Yelu Nansien was also anxious. She looked over at the screen and said, "Heaven Mountain Tong Lao is still there." Heaven Mountain Tong Lao secretly nodded. "This little girl is quite sensible. No wonder I want to take her as my maid." Song Qingshu smiled. "Don't worry about her. I've already sealed her acupuncture point." He wasn't lying. He had indeed sealed Heaven Mountain Tong Lao's acupuncture point. He just didn't seal her sleeping acupuncture point. Behind the screen, Heaven Mountain Tong Lao was dumbfounded. What is this brat trying to do? Being misled by his ambiguous words, Yelu Nansien subconsciously thought that Heaven Mountain Tong Lao had fainted. She shyly hummed. Hearing her sweet humph, Heaven Mountain Tong Lao was enraged. This little slut is so shameless. She had completely forgotten that she had admired him just now. Song Qingshu didn't have time to care about Heaven Mountain Tong Lao's thoughts. His attention was completely focused on the beauty in front of him. Yelu Nansien held the quilt in front of her chest with one hand, the other hand tightly gripped the hem of her dress, covering her bare legs. It was as if she was sending out a silent invitation. No man could resist this kind of temptation. Song Qingshu was no exception. However, he didn't panic. Instead, he stretched out his hand and sucked the wine cup into his hand. How could Song Qingshu not guess what she was thinking when he saw her deliberately wearing a wedding dress tonight? With their identities, it was destined that it would be difficult for them to formally bow to heaven and earth and get married. This was the only way to satisfy her wish and longing as a woman. Just now, in the heat of the moment, he almost forgot. He couldn't make the same mistake again. "Madam, let's have a cup of wine." Song Qingshu poured a cup of wine and handed it to her. Yelu Nansien was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect her lover to be so considerate. She took the wine cup and said affectionately, "Husband," behind the screen, if it wasn't for the fact that Heaven Mountain Tong Lao's acupuncture point was sealed, she would have already started cursing at them. "You two are clearly an adulterous couple. Why are you pretending to be a couple?" After finishing the cup of wine, Song Qingshu reached out to remove the pearls on her phoenix coronet. His fingertips felt the girl's supple skin. As his fingers slid down, he could clearly feel the girl's body trembling. He couldn't help but feel pity for her, and his actions became gentler. A girl like Yelu Nansien couldn't resist his familiar flirting method. In a flash, her eyes became misty and her body went soft. Her moist lips were still murmuring, "Don't be like this, you'll alert Xiaoxian outside." Behind the screen, Heavenly Mountain Tong Lao was so angry that she almost fainted. She thought to herself, "Your maid is sleeping soundly right now. What did I do to deserve to be here and listen to you two lovey-dovey?" Song Qingshu knew that she was just being reserved, instinctively rejecting him. Of course, he wouldn't take it seriously. Not long after, Yelu Nanshien's slender and delicate arms wrapped around his neck. Her whole body was soft and warm as she pressed against him. Behind the screen, Heaven Mountain Tong Lao heard all kinds of flirtatious sounds. She was so angry that she cursed the two of them countless times. This woman really doesn't know shame. She's so flirtatious at such a young age. She's almost as good as that bitch Li Qiushui. Also, is this brat a pervert? He sealed my acupuncture point for muting, but not my acupuncture point for sleeping. He's making me listen to these disgusting sounds? I'm going to explode. But after the initial anger, Heaven Mountain Tonglau's expression suddenly became strange. Although she wasn't young anymore, she was still a virgin. She had never experienced something like this before. Unknowingly, her face turned red and her body turned soft. She unconsciously clamped her legs together. Feeling the strange feeling in her body, she cursed Song Qingshu countless times in her heart. After an unknown period of time, Heaven Mountain Tonglao felt like she was about to collapse. It was as if she had just been fished out of the water and was half awake. Suddenly, she felt a dark shadow in front of her. She opened her eyes subconsciously and found Song Qingshu standing in front of her, looking down at her. Woo, woo, woo. Heaven Mountain Tonglao was very angry, but she couldn't say anything. Song Qingshu looked at Heaven Mountain Tonglao with a strange expression. Her cheeks were red, her eyes were watery, and her pink lips exuded a seductive glow. Her whole body seemed to be drenched in sweat, causing her dress to stick tightly to her body. What a beautiful little girl! Song Qingshu couldn't help but praise her, but he quickly restrained his thoughts. He kept telling himself that this person in front of him was an old monster, and he shouldn't have any other thoughts. At this time, Yelu Nansien had already fallen asleep. Song Qingshu was worried that he would wake her up. Of course, he was even more worried that she would find out that there was an audience here. So, like an eagle carrying a chick, he carried her to the room next door. As soon as her acupuncture point was unsealed, Heaven Mountain Tonglao cursed, "You bastard, how dare you make me listen to these disgusting things? Are you done? If you continue, I'll hit your mute acupoint and sell you to the brothel in town." Song Qingshu rolled his eyes at her, and poured himself a glass of water to replenish the energy he had just consumed. "You!" Heaven Mountain Tonglao was furious, but she really didn't dare to curse anymore. If her acupuncture point was sealed, and she was thrown to the brothel, she would be in trouble. She was a member of the underworld, so she naturally knew about the darkness in this world. She also knew how attractive her current appearance was to men. When she thought of herself being thrown into a group of men without any ability to resist, she shuddered at the thought of that scene. That's a good girl. Song Qingshu found that he really liked to see the little girl in front of him angry. But when he remembered that she was actually an antique, his expression instantly became quite conflicted. Ahem, after calming himself down, he continued, "Now you can tell me who hired you to kill Yelu Nansien." The reason why he let her listen in the room for so long was because he wanted to find another way to break down her mental defenses. Moreover, listening to such things was also a physical task, which could be seen from the sweat all over her body. When the time came, it would be relatively easier to ask questions when both her body and mind were exhausted. Heaven Mountain Tonglao gave him a disdainful look, then turned her head away, obviously not planning to answer him. "Looks like you really want to be sold to the brothel." Song Qingshu's voice instantly became cold. Tianshan Tongris sneered. Apparently, she had completely calmed down. "Since you can cultivate your martial arts to such a level, you are obviously not a despicable and shameless person. I believe you would not do such a thing. Moreover, if you do such a thing, aren't you afraid that your son with the girl named Nansien will not have an asshole?" Song Qingshu was choked by her words, but he quickly reacted and fiercely said, "That's right, I will not send you to the brothel. It's not for the reason you think, it's because I can't bear to." Chapter 1735. Heavenly Mountain Tonglao's face instantly turned red. "Shameless!" Song Qingshu rubbed his fingers as if he was reminiscing the feeling just now. "It's okay if you don't want me to be shameless, as long as you answer my questions properly." Heavenly Mountain Tonglao still turned her face away, looking like she was not cooperating at all. "Then I have no choice." Song Qingshu directly walked over and grabbed her leg. He took off her shoes and revealed a small and delicate foot. "What are you doing?" Heavenly Mountain Tonglao screamed. She was finally panicking. "I have to show you what I'm made of, or else you'll think I'm kiddie." Although Song Qingshu did not like Zhang Wuji in this life, he had to admit that the trick of tickling someone's acupoint was the quickest to achieve results, and it did not seem too despicable. While responding to Heavenly Mountain Tonglao, he reached out his finger and touched the Yongquan acupoint at the center of her foot. His internal energy was so powerful that it had already surpassed Zhang Wuji's, and his control of the internal energy was even better than hers. The Yongquan acupoint was located in the center of the foot, and it was the beginning of the foot Shaoyin kidney meridian. It was the most sensitive point. Usually, children would scratch the soles of their partner's feet with their fingers, and it would numb their bodies. But now, he was rubbing her Yongquan acupoint with his joyful true qi, and it was 100 times more painful than scratching with a feather. After a few strokes, Heavenly Mountain Tonglao could not help but giggle. She wanted to move her feet, but her acupoint was sealed, and she could not move at all. The pain was far worse than being cut by knives and whip. It felt like millions of fleas were crawling and gnawing at her internal organs, bone marrow, and blood vessels. It was even worse than when the life-death note was activated. She only laughed a few times, and then she cried out in pain. Heavenly Mountain Tonglao's heart almost jumped out of her chest, and even the hair on her body was so itchy that it felt like it was going to fall off. She cursed, "Brat! One day I will cut you into 1,000 pieces, 1,000 pieces. All right, spare me. Woo. At first, she was quite stubborn and cursed, but later on, it turned into begging for mercy. In the end, she couldn't even beg for mercy and could only sob. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded at this time because Tianshan Tongra's voice was still that old voice at the beginning. Later on, when she begged for mercy and cried, it unknowingly turned into a soft and sweet voice. Could it really be a ghost? Song Qingshu felt a chill run down his spine, and a story instantly appeared in his mind. An old monster's lifespan was coming to an end, and he was unwilling to die just like that, so he finally took over the body of a little lowly and continued to exist in this world by possessing her body. With revered Ming as an example, it wouldn't be strange for such a thing to happen. Next, I'll ask you a question and you'll answer it. Do you agree or not? Song Qingshu asked. Tianshan Tonglao cried, I promise. Only then did Song Qingshu let go of her and massage the acupoints on her body, completely dispelling the unbearable numbness and itchiness. Who sent you here? There were still a few crystal-clear tear stains on Tianshan Tonglao's face. Perhaps it was because of the agitation just now. Her skin was fair and rosy. It was really a pitiful sight. If someone who didn't know what was going on saw this, their heart would definitely melt because of this cute little lowly. However, Song Qingshu wasn't fooled by her appearance and continued to stare at her fiercely. Tianshan Tonglao was a little hesitant, but when she thought of the feeling just now, she didn't want to experience it again. She could only answer, Actually, no one sent me here. I'm just working with someone. Working with who? Song Qingshu nodded. How could a person like Tianshan Tonglao be driven around by others? The possibility of working with someone was higher. Prince Yi, Tianshan Tonglao answered. Anyway, as long as that slut Li Qiushui isn't at peace, I'll be happy to do it. Li Liangzhua. Song Qingshu thought to himself. According to the information he received, this Li Liangzhua should be a free prince who was dedicated to pursuing immortality. Why would he lay his hands on the future crown princess? Wait, he seems to be cultivating on Mount Kongtong. Song Qingshu thought to himself. Thinking of the Kongtong sex experts who used the 7 wounds fist that night, Song Qingshu no longer had any doubts. Song Qingshu continued to ask a few more questions, and Tianshan Tonglao answered them one by one, solving many of his doubts. However, she knew very little about Li Liangzhua, so it was difficult for her to understand why Li Liangzhua would do something like this. Seeing that he could not get any more information out of her, Song Qingshu changed the topic. Oh yes, what's wrong with your voice? Why does it sound old one minute and like this the next? Tianshan Tonglao was shocked and touched her throat subconsciously. Only then did she realize that she had been speaking in a cute Lolita voice. Her expression changed, but in the end she told the truth. You know that I'm the Supreme Lord of the Misty Peaks Vulture Palace, the Tianshan Tonglao who kills without a second move. The people under me in the 36 islands and 72 caves are all well-known figures in the underworld. If I reveal my original voice, it would be difficult for them to be afraid of me. They might even laugh at me behind my back. So, I purposely used an old voice to maintain the dignity of a superior. Song Qingshu was stunned and could not help but laugh. You mean to say that your real voice is like this, and you purposely pretended to be old in order to make others afraid of you? Tianshan Tonglao blushed, not knowing if she was embarrassed or angry. Look, you are laughing at me now. This time Song Qingshu laughed from the bottom of his heart. I think your cute Lolita voice is very cute, much better than before when you sounded like an old monster. Humph! Tianshan Tonglao directly turned her head away, showing the back of her head to him. She had no choice. She could not beat him in a fight, and she did not dare to scold him now. Looking at the sulking little girl in front of him, Song Qingshu suddenly stopped smiling. Are you really Tianshan Tonglao? Tianshan Tonglao suddenly turned her head and stared at him fiercely. What did you say? Song Qingshu quickly smiled again. Nothing, I was just asking. Tianshan Tonglao then said, Actually, we are not enemies. On the contrary, we have a common enemy. Oh, please tell me more. Song Qingshu sat down calmly and poured a cup of water for himself to moisten his throat. Then he poured a cup of water for Tianshan Tonglao and handed it to her. Here, do you want some? Facing this kind of sigh, let's eat. Heavenly Mountain Tonglao really wanted to reject his charity, but she was sweating all over and had cried and laughed for a long time. Her mouth was already dry, and in the end, she could not resist the desire of her body. She took the cup from his hand. After taking a sip, Tianshan Tonglao felt a little better, and then said, Our enemy is the Crown Prince of the Xixia country, and you and the Crown Princess of the Xixia country. You are in love with each other, but this love is destined to be tolerated by the world. When you arrive at the Xixia country, the Crown Prince will marry the Crown Princess soon. What will you do then? She originally wanted to say that they were a pair of adulterers, but she was worried that she would be punished again, so she reluctantly changed to a euphemistic way. You don't have to worry about this. It's not like you haven't seen my kung fu. A mere crown prince of the Xixia country is nothing to me. In the worst case, I can take Yelu Nanxian and go far away. Song Qingshu said lightly. Tianshan Tonglao was stunned, but she was so experienced that she would not be fooled by a few words. If you can really take her and go far away, you would have taken her a long time ago. Why would you send her all the way to the Xixia country? I don't know what difficulties you have or what plans you have, but I know it is absolutely possible for us to join hands. Song Qingshu smiled. You are really smart. Well, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In that case, you can go now. Then he waved his hand, and a few gusts of wind from his fingers unsealed her acupoints. You just let me go like this? Tianshan Tonglao had prepared a lot of excuses, but she never expected that he would let her go so easily. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. What? You don't want to go? Tianshan Tonglao waved her hands like a rattledrum. Of course not. Are you kidding me? If I stay with this bastard, I can't guarantee that I will be played to death. That terrifying feeling still lingers in my heart when I think about it. Seeing that she was about to disappear through the door, Song Qingshu spoke again. Oh right, there is something I need to remind you. What? Tianshan Tonglao turned around, thinking that it would not be so simple. She could not help but look at him warily. It's nothing. Song Qingshu smiled. I just want to remind you to come to me every year to get the antidote for the 3-corpse brain pill. I'm afraid that you will accidentally forget, and it will be a tragedy when the corpse worm breaks out of its shell. The three-corpse brain pill of the Blackwood Cliff? Tianshan Tonglau's expression changed drastically. In the world, this was a vicious hidden weapon that was comparable to her talisman of life and death. How could she not know about it? However, she quickly calmed down. I'm not poisoned. Why should I come to you for the antidote? She had already made up her mind. If the other party were to force her to take the poison, she would definitely not let him have his way even if it cost her her life. After all, she was the palace lord of the Vulture Palace, who was renowned throughout the world. She still had that much confidence. Didn't you just drink it? Song Qingshu smiled like a fox. A trace of confusion appeared in Tianshan Tonglau's eyes at first, then she realized that she had just drunk a glass of water from him. Her expression changed drastically, but she still remained calm. Since when can the three-corpse brain pill be dissolved in water? One should know that the three-corpse brain pill was usually consumed in one pill, and she had never heard of the pill being dissolved in water. The key to the three corpses brain pill lies in the dormant corpses worms and the medicine to suppress them. The corpses worms are very small to begin with. As for the medicine to suppress them, it doesn't have to be wrapped in the form of a pill. It can be dissolved in water and swallowed to suppress the corpses worms as well. It should be known that some people of high status in the Sun-Moon sect, such as Saintess Ren Yingying, were not allowed to take the three corpses brain pill so brutally. Under such circumstances, the sect leader would use a similar method to make them take the three corpses brain pill silently. Chapter 1736. Hearing this, Heavenly Mountain Tonglau's expression changed. If it were her, she would never let him go without doing anything. Controlling with medicine was the most reassuring and direct method. What the hell do you want? Heavenly Mountain Tonglao glared at him. At the same time, she quickly thought about the information about the three-corpse brain elixir and how to detoxify it. Just in case. In fact, Song Qingshu had 3 kinds of poisons that could control people. Obviously, he could not use the life-death talisman, and he still had the leopard fetus tendon-changing pill from the Divine Dragon Island. Although the Divine Dragon cult could make many people in Jianghu pale, it was nothing in Heavenly Mountain Tonglao's eyes. If he really used the leopard fetus tendon-changing pill on her, she might find a chance to sneak into the Divine Dragon Island to steal the antidote. If she got angry and destroyed the Divine Dragon cult, she would be in big trouble. In the end, all that was left was the three-corpse brain pill. Firstly, the Sun-Moon sect's reputation was above that of the Spirit Vulture Palace. No matter how high Tianshan Tonglao's martial arts were, the Blackwood Cliff was not to be trifled with. Secondly, it would be useless even if she really attacked the Blackwood Cliff. This was because the three-corpse brain pill's recipe was different for every generation of Sun-Moon sect's hierarch. Ren Wuxing's antidote could not cure her three-corpse brain pill. Of course, her antidote could not cure Ren Wuxing's poison. Seeing that Heavenly Mountain Tonglao was ready to take action, Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Don't worry, this medicine won't have any effect on your body. As long as the matter in Western Xia is over, I will detoxify you." Heavenly Mountain Tonglao was different from ordinary people. Her martial arts were too powerful, and she had a huge force under her. Her experience was also far beyond that of ordinary people. If she was really driven into a corner, it was hard to guarantee that she would not do something that would destroy both good and bad. Hearing his words, Heavenly Mountain Tonglao's face became a little better. "Okay, I hope you will keep your word. Otherwise, although I can't beat you, none of the women around you are a match for me." Song Qingshu's face darkened when he heard the other party's overflowing threat. He appeared in front of her in a flash, grabbed her by the neck and lifted her into the air. "It seems like you still haven't figured out your current situation?" The other party was too fast, and they were so close to each other that Tianshan Tonglao was restrained before she could react. Feeling the pressure on her neck, her face immediately turned red. However, she was more embarrassed than angry. She was the Lord Spiritual Vulture, who stood at the top of the underworld. She had never been so cowardly before. However, she reacted quickly. She raised her hands and used the Tianshan plum snapping hand to attack his meridians and elbows in an attempt to restrain him. Song Qinshu frowned slightly. He released his grip and tossed her away. Such a close distance was most suitable for a grappling technique like the Tianshan plum snapping hand. He was a little wary. Of course, the main thing was that there was no benefit in fighting him to the death. "Do you want to fight again?" Song Qinshu said calmly. Tianshan Tonglau's breathing quickened. Her chest heaved up and down. She glared at him fiercely. In the end, she gave up the idea of fighting him again. She snorted and turned to leave. After she left, Song Qinshu returned to Yelu Nanxian's room. He hugged her fragrant body and continued to sleep. It was not until dawn that he left her room. The next day, the maidservant Shangguan Shaoxian came out to deliver a message. She said that the princess suddenly felt unwell and wanted to rest here for another day. The members of the envoy group looked at each other, but they did not suspect anything. They all knew that Yelu Nanxian was forced into marrying into Xixia. She probably just wanted to delay the journey. Many people sympathized with her and did not raise any objection to her wanting to rest for another day. Everyone was happy to be at ease. Only Shangguan Shaoxian knew the truth. When she passed by Song Qinshu, she glared at him and said in a low voice, "The princess is a virgin girl. Can't you be a little more frugal? After being tormented by you for a whole night, the princess can't even get up in the morning." Song Qinshu was speechless. Just like that, the marriage envoy group walked and stopped. The journey that should have taken half a month took more than a month. Of course, it was not worth mentioning to outsiders. On this day, the envoy group finally entered the border of Xixia. Soon, a group of cavalries came to greet them. The leader was a young man in full armor. He looked like a proud rooster. Song Qinshu was startled. He saw that he was obviously the leader of the team. He thought that such a young man had such a high position. The Xixia people were really, but soon, he saw a corner of the bright yellow robe, which was embroidered with a dragon pattern. He immediately realized that the man in front of him was the crown prince of Xixia, Brother Ning. Although he could not see whether there were 9 or 5 dragons on his robe, the man in front of him was so young. Obviously, he was not the Emperor Li Yuanhao. So, he could only be the crown prince. The hairstyle of the Xixia people is really ugly. Song Qinshu originally thought that the Manchurian Qing's golden rat tail braid was very ugly. But the Xixia people's hairstyle was even worse. How should he describe it? It was the common Mediterranean hairstyle of middle-aged men in the future. The hair in the middle of the head was shaved, leaving only the periphery. 2 short and thick braids hung down from the temples. Song Qinshu went up to greet him. After a round of negotiation, the other party was indeed the crown prince of Xixia. Looking at this person who he did not know whether to call a rival in love or something else, Song Qinshu was too lazy to go up and talk to him. The other party obviously did not care about him, a general who was escorting the marriage envoy. He did not even look at him and walked towards Yelu Nanxian's carriage. "I have personally come to greet the princess. Was the princess's journey smooth?" "Everything was fine. Thank you, Crown Prince, for your concern," Yelu Nanxian replied politely. Elder brother Ning had been waiting at the border for twice as long as he had expected. He was extremely unhappy. But when he heard her voice, all the negative emotions disappeared in an instant. He did not expect such a beautiful voice to exist in this world. The two of them chatted for a while. Suddenly, elder brother Ning said, "We have been chatting for a long time, but I still have not seen the princess's appearance. Can the princess come down from the carriage and let me introduce the great rivers and mountains of Xixia to the princess?" Yelu Nanxian refused and said, "I am tired from the long journey. I am not feeling well. I will have to reject the crown prince's good intentions." Elder brother Ning frowned. The more she refused, the more curious he became. Although it was rumored that this Princess Ching and was a famous beauty in Liao, he would not be at ease if he did not confirm it with his own eyes. So, he walked up and stretched out his hand to lift the curtain of the carriage. Since the princess is not feeling well, I will come up to the carriage and accompany the princess for a chat. Hey, the maidservant Shangguan Shaoxian, who was sitting at the door of the carriage, exclaimed. She instinctively stretched out her hand to stop him. A woman's carriage was as private as a boudoir. Who knew if the princess was dressed properly or not? But when elder brother Ning flung his hand, she staggered and almost fell off the carriage. Fortunately, Song Qinshu, who was at the side, held her up. While holding the maidservant, Song Qinshu grabbed the crown prince's wrist with his other hand and said coldly, "Crown Prince, the princess has said that it is not convenient for her. Who do you think you are?" As the crown prince and the future emperor, elder brother Ning had always been arrogant in the Xixia country. He could not help but be angry when he was stopped by a little general who was escorting a bride. He stretched out his hand to push him away, but his face quickly changed. He felt that the other party's hand was like an iron hoop. He had exerted all his strength, but he could not break free. At this time, Yelu Nanxian spoke from inside the carriage. "It is really inconvenient today. I will apologize to the crown prince another day." Elder brother Ning hastily said, "In that case, I will pay a visit when the princess is well." Only then did Song Qinshu let go of his hand and stopped beside the carriage like a guardian god, unmoving. The crown prince looked at him with hatred and could only leave hatefully. At this time, Shangguan Shaoxian could not help but clap her hands and applaud. "Although I did not like you in the past, you are quite manly today. The princess's love for you is not in vain." In her opinion, the crown prince was a high and mighty figure who could decide the life and death of a person with a single word. Not many men in the world could stand up for the crown prince for the sake of his beloved woman. Of course, she did not know that Song Qinshu had toyed with many emperors in the palm of his hand. So, a mere crown prince was nothing to him. "Your loyalty in protecting the princess is commendable. This is your reward." Song Qinshu helped her to sit on the side of the carriage. Then, he threw a gold ingot at her. "Do you think I am the kind of person who would do anything for money?" Shangguan Shaoxian said angrily, as if she had been insulted. Of course, she quietly hid the gold ingot in her sleeve. At this time, Yelu Nanxian slightly lifted the curtain and looked at her lover with a worried face. "We have offended the crown prince. I am afraid he will not let us go so easily." Song Qinshu smiled. "Don't worry. I am here to protect you. He can't do anything." Yelu Nanxian was still worried. "We have entered the Xixia country's territory. In a few days we will reach the capital of the Xixia country, and the wedding will be held soon." Song Qinshu reached out and held her cold hand. "I will not let you marry the crown prince of the Xixia country. Don't worry." Yelu Nanxian forced a smile. Although she was confident in her lover, the other party was the crown prince. Moreover, it was a marriage between the two countries. She could not think of any way to avoid it. The delegation was escorted by the Xixia country's cavalry to the west. As the sky darkened, they settled down at a courier station in a city. Because of the crown prince of the Xixia country, it was not convenient for Song Qinshu to live in the same courtyard as Yelu Nanxian. After nightfall, there was a sudden noise in the backyard. Song Qinshu hurried over with some people. He found that the crown prince, brother Ning, and a group of people were trying to break into the courtyard. They were arguing with Liao's guards. "What is going on?" Song Qinshu asked in a deep voice. The guard hurried over and said in a low voice, "It is the middle of the night. The crown prince of the Xixia country wants to enter the countess' bedroom." Chapter 1737. Hearing what he said, the people of the Liao delegation looked at each other and thought, "They are a couple. If I make trouble now, they will blame me in the future." It's really a thankless task. With this thought in mind, many people were not so determined to stop him. Seeing this, Crown Prince Ning revealed a proud smile and strode inside. Stop right there. Song Qingshu arrived at this moment and shouted. When Crown Prince Ning turned around and saw him, his face changed. After all, he suffered a little loss in the daytime and his hand still hurt. But he didn't want to lose his prestige in front of so many people, so he said coldly, "Who do you think you are?" "I'm looking for my fiancée." "What does it have to do with you?" Seeing that he was as arrogant as a rooster, Song Qingshu really wanted to slap him in the face and tell him that he had already unlocked all the positions of his fiancée. Of course, his rationality made him suppress this impulse. He said lightly, "Since she is your fiancée, it obviously means that she is not married yet. As long as she is not married, she is not your wife, but the Princess of Great Liao. As the general who escorts her to the wedding, I naturally have the responsibility to protect her reputation." His words were righteous, and the rest of the delegation secretly admired him. Seeing that he talked back to the crown prince in another country, his figure seemed to become taller in everyone's mind. "You!" Crown Prince Ning was speechless. He also knew that it was not right for him to break into a woman's room in the middle of the night. But he was the crown prince, so he couldn't be restrained by ordinary etiquette. "Bastard, this is Shisha. The princess's safety is naturally protected by us. How can you, a small marriage general, talk nonsense? Believe it or not, I will twist your head off." At this time, a big man flashed out from behind the crown prince. It was Crocodile Deity of the South Sea, one of the 4 evildoers. Crown Prince Big Brother Ning had suffered a loss during the day, and he had naturally learned his lesson at that moment. He deliberately brought the elites from Western Xia's Class 1 hall to help him. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh when he saw the Southern Sea crocodile god's unique stupid and adorable look. Although the 4 great evildoers were infamous in the Jianghu, other than their eldest brother, Duan Yanqing, the others could at most be considered second- or third-rate experts. With his current cultivation, he could deal with them with a single finger. "I don't believe you," Song Qingshu said seriously as he looked at the South Sea crocodile god. "You'll believe me if I twist your head off." The South Sea crocodile god was enraged. It waved its crocodile scissors and rushed over. Song Qingshu did not dodge. When the crocodile's crocodile beak scissors were about to reach his body, he raised his hand and pressed it against the middle of the scissors. The Southern Sea crocodile deity laughed sinisterly. "You're asking for it." It then twisted the scissors with all its might, intending to cut his hand in 2. However, his smile quickly froze because he realized that he couldn't cut off the other party's palm. "How is this possible?" The South Sea crocodile god's eyes were even bigger than those of a cow's. He used all his strength and his fat face turned red. Unfortunately, his opponent still did not move. Song Qingshu could not be bothered to talk to him. He sent his strength forward, and the crocodile's beak scissors, which were made of refined steel, broke in 2 like it was made of plastic. "Ah!" A cloud of white gas bloomed in front of the South Sea crocodile god. He screamed and fell backward into the flower bed, breaking a tree in the flower bed. Although he was a little stubborn, he knew that his opponent's martial arts were far above his. He got up and patted the dirt off his body. He cupped his hands and said, "Your martial arts are very high. I, Yu Lao-san, am not your match, but my eldest brother's martial arts are unparalleled. He will definitely beat you." Duan Yanqing, who had been silent at the side, held his breath. He did not know whether he should say it or not. His eyesight was much better than Yu Lao-san's, and he could see that his opponent had not used his full strength. However, even so, his strength was unfathomable. He had no confidence that he could defeat his opponent. Worried that the crown prince would speak up and put him in a difficult position, he hurriedly said, "Your Highness Princess Qing, and is responsible for the peace between the 2 countries. If she accidentally causes trouble and destroys the relationship between the two countries, I'm afraid it will be inappropriate if His Majesty finds out." Thinking of his temperamental father, Crown Prince Ning shivered, and his aura immediately weakened. "Fine, for the sake of the big picture, I will let you off for now." However, before he left, he still spat unwillingly. "She is just a woman who was given to me to make peace with the Crown Prince. Why are you pretending to be pure and innocent here?" Bah! The faces of the Liao diplomatic corps immediately showed jealousy and resentment. On the one hand, their master was insulted, and on the other hand, when the Liao kingdom was victorious in the past, the Western Xia kingdom was only a watchdog at the southwest border of the Liao kingdom, and it only knew how to wag its tail and beg for mercy. If they could marry a princess from the Liao kingdom, the whole country would definitely rejoice, and they would kneel down and lick their boot. How could they be as arrogant as they were now? Hearing his clamor before he left, Song Qingshu frowned and flicked his finger discreetly in his sleeve. Crown Prince Ning felt his knees go weak, and his whole body fell to the ground. Unfortunately, his mouth hit a stone on the ground and blood flowed out. If it was not for Duan Yanqing, who was beside him, who had sharp eyes and quick hands, holding him up, he would not only have his skin broken, he might even have his teeth knocked out. "You!" Crown Prince Ning got up, and while covering his mouth, he glared angrily at Song Qingshu. Although he did not see what happened, he knew that it must be Song Qingshu's doing. Song Qingshu interrupted him and said, "Crown Prince, why don't you watch your steps? Is it so easy for you to fall? I think any 5- or 6-year-old child can walk more steadily than the Crown Prince. I'm really worried about how our princess will live in the future." The diplomatic corps could hear that he was mocking the Crown Prince, and they could not help but burst into laughter. The anger that they had been holding back just now was finally vented. "You're courting death, Duan Yanqing. Kill him for me." Crown Prince Ning was mad. He had been humiliated by a small general who sent the marriage corps over and over again. At this moment, his heart was filled with murderous intent. Duan Yanqing did not make a move immediately. The other party was really unfathomable. He did not even notice how the other party made a move just now. However, since the Crown Prince had spoken, he could not just ignore it. He looked at Song Qingshu and said coldly, "You're just a small general who sent the marriage corps. You ruined the marriage alliance and caused the flames of war to rise again. Can you bear this responsibility? Or does Liao have no sincerity at all? Are you just trying to make fun of us?" He brought up the national interest, which immediately gave him the name of righteousness. It was much more cost-effective to use his power to oppress people than to do it himself. No matter how high the other party's martial arts were, since he had become the general who sent the marriage corps, he would be bound by the corresponding rules. This marriage alliance was obviously inevitable, and no one could stop it. Xiao Huandu wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly walked over. He lowered his voice and advised Song Qingshu, "General Xiao, don't let a moment of anger affect the overall situation. If something goes wrong with this marriage alliance, we will be severely punished when we go back." Although he had deliberately lowered his voice, how could he hide it from the eyes and ears of an expert like Duan Yanqing? Seeing that everything was developing in the direction he had expected, a complacent smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, Song Qingshu said coldly, "It's true that the two countries want to strive for peace through a marriage alliance, but it is not necessary to marry this crown prince. If something happens to this crown prince, the Xixia country can find anyone to replace the crown prince's position, such as Prince Yi Li Longzhua or imperial uncle Li Qianshun." Xiao Huandu, the Xixia people. Although everyone knew that this thing could not be replaced at will, Crown Prince Ning calmed down because the other party had just hit his sore spot. He had been the crown prince for many years, but his father had always been in good health. It was impossible for him to ascend the throne in a short time. Moreover, There were many people who were eyeing his position covetously. Imperial uncle Li Qianshun was the biggest threat among them. As for Prince Li Longzhua, although he usually did not show himself, people always felt that he was somewhat unfathomable. If something went wrong with this marriage alliance because of him, it would give Li Qianshun a handle to attack him. It was really unwise. As for the resentment he suffered this time, it was not a big deal. After the marriage, he could vent it on Princess Qing'an. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a lump of heat rising in his lower abdomen. Today, I will give face to Princess Qing'an. Humph, let's go. Brother Ning swung his sleeves and left dejectedly with his subordinate. After they left, the soldiers of the envoy group cheered. After all, they still had the glory of the great Liao Empire in the past. They felt aggrieved that the Xixia people had suppressed them. Song Qingshu nodded and said, "Return to your posts. I will go and see the princess first." After entering the room, Shangguan Shaoxian smiled like a flower. "General, please sit down. I will go and pour you a cup of tea." Song Qingshu was stunned. Did the sun rise from the west today? Shangguan Shaoxian giggled and said, "Well, that crown prince is more annoying than you." No, I mean, you taught that *T crown prince a lesson and brought glory to the great Liao Empire. Song Qingshu was speechless. He waved his hand and gestured for her to go away. He then said to Yelu Nancian, "Don't worry, I am here. He can't hurt you." Yelu Nancian looked worried. "But we will arrive at Lingzhou City soon. When the time comes, I will marry him. How are you going to stop me then?" Song Qingshu sat down next to her and held her hand. He said, "Don't worry, he won't have the luck to live until that day." Yelu Nancian's expression changed. "You want to?" Shangguan Shaoxian also stuck out her tongue. She thought that this man was really a ruthless person. It would be better for her to treat him better in the future. Song Qingshu knew that she was thinking too much. He explained, "Actually, it is easy to let him die without knowing why. The hard part is to deal with the aftermath. Don't worry, I have prepared everything. I am just waiting for the right time to act." Chapter 1738. In fact, the easiest way to ruin this marriage was to kill the crown prince, Brother Ning. However, this kind of simple and crude behavior was not Song Qingshu's style. Of course, he was more concerned about the sequelae after the crown prince's death. After thinking about it, the safest way was to let the Xixia people have their own problems. According to the intelligence, Brother Ning had been the crown prince for many years, while Li Yuanhao's body was getting stronger and stronger. There was no sign of him dying. Since ancient times, it was easy for the father and son to have problems. Besides, Li Qianshun, Prince Yi, and Li Liangzhuo were watching covetously from the side. Brother Ning's position as the crown prince was not stable. All he needed was a gentle push, and the other forces would help him complete the next task. And if he wanted to ruin the crown prince's position, it was far from enough to simply flirt with Princess Liao. After thinking about it, Song Qingshu focused on the crown prince's mother's family. Previously, Zhao Min had explained in detail that the Xixia military was united by tribal leaders. Half of the army was controlled by the tribal leaders, and the Yeli family was the largest tribe. At the same time, the Yeli family was the crown prince's mother's family. If something happened to them, the crown prince's position would be lost. Moreover, he could take advantage of this opportunity to not only ruin the crown prince's marriage, but also cause the collapse of the Xixia military's first person. The whole Xixia would be greatly weakened, and it would be unable to fight against foreign enemies. At the same time, the power structure would be reorganized, which meant countless opportunities. He had made a plan, and it had been quietly launched. Now everything was ready, except for the east wind. After comforting Yelu Nancian, Song Qingshu was about to leave, but he was pulled by a pair of small hands. He looked back and found the girl looking at him pitifully. "Don't go." Originally, He thought it was not convenient to be too intimate with her now that the Crown Prince was with them. But seeing her appearance, he knew that because of the Crown Prince's appearance today, she was in a state of fear and helplessness. Suddenly, he didn't care about anything else. He sat down and said, "Okay, I'll stay here with you." What he got in response was the girl's soft body and sweet red lips. Then, the envoy group and the Crown Prince's team headed toward the spiritual state. Learning from the previous painful lessons, Crown Prince Ning became much more restrained. However, from time to time, he would glare at Song Qinshu from a distance with resentment. Song Qinshu did not take it seriously, but Shangguan Shaoxian was a little excited. "I didn't expect men's sixth sense to be so accurate. Crown Prince Ning seems to know that you slept with his fiancée. He hates you from the bottom of his heart." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yelu Nansien gave her a good smack on the head. This was a sensitive matter, being teased by her own maid. No matter how thick her nerves were, she couldn't take it. Song Qinshu was also speechless. He had just mentioned the term sixth sense 2 days ago, and this little girl had learned it so quickly. Her brain was really bright. It was a pity that she became a maid. And so, the entourage arrived at the spiritual state city with ulterior motive. The Western Xia sent out a grand welcome party, but the Emperor Li Yuanhao did not come. The other important officials, such as Yi Li Yuanqi, also did not come. It was clear what the Western Xia's real attitude toward this marriage was. However, Song Qinshu was happy to be free and not have to deal with a lot of red tape. Next, the entourage was settled in a hotel in the city. Originally, the Western Xia wanted to take over the defense, but Song Qinshu stood up and said that since the marriage was not official yet, the princess naturally had to be protected by the warriors of Great Liao. The Western Xia had no choice but to compromise. The Western Xia's imperial guards would protect the periphery, while the Liao warriors would protect the envoy group from the inside. After settling Yelu Nansien down, Song Qinshu said to her, "I'm going to investigate the Mu Mansion tonight. After all, the Crown Prince's backer is the Mu Mansion. I'm going to investigate them and see if I can find anything useful." Yelu Nansien nodded. This matter was related to her happiness, so of course she would not stop him. However, she was still a little worried. What if the Crown Prince comes looking for us again? Song Qinshu handed her a whistling arrow. "Don't worry, I have ordered the warriors to not let him in. If he tries to force his way in and you can't stop him, just release this whistling arrow. I will come back as soon as I get the signal." "Okay." Yelu Nansien finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her nervous expression, Song Qinshu couldn't help but laugh. "Did you forget that you are also a martial arts master? Although that Crown Prince Ning is not weak, he is not a martial arts master either. You can beat him with one hand. What are you afraid of?" Yelu Nansien was startled, but then she laughed. "It's all your fault. You made me look like one of those girls in Jiangnan who can be blown away by the wind." "What's my fault?" Song Qinshu's heart skipped a beat, thinking that although he often tormented her to the point where she couldn't even get out of bed, he shouldn't have made her so weak. Noticing his ambiguous gaze sweeping over her body, Yelu Nansien immediately reacted and pouted. "What nonsense are you thinking? I'm saying that you and Heaven Mountain Tonglau's martial arts are too high. In front of you, it's like I don't know any martial arts at all, making me lose my confidence. I can't change my role." Song Qinshu finally understood, smiling sheepishly. "Don't worry, there aren't many martial arts masters like you in this world. You won't be so lucky to run into one. Look at how smug you are." Yelu Nansien snorted. "When we get through this, you have to teach me martial arts. I don't want to be protected by you all the time." Song Qinshu knew that she was somewhat of a martial arts fanatic. He couldn't help but tease her. "Haven't I already taught you martial arts?" Yelu Nansien was confused. "When did you teach me?" Song Qinshu moved closer to her ear, smelling the fragrance of her hair. He whispered, "Does martial arts in bed not count as martial arts?" Yelu Nanshin's jade-like skin instantly flushed red. She was about to hit Song Qingshu, but Song Qingshu ran away quickly disappearing outside the door. I'm going to take care of business, you're so annoying. Yelu Nanxian bit her lip, her mind unconsciously replaying the romantic scenes from a few days ago. Her face became even redder. Song Qingshu had already found out the location of the Mu residence during the day. In fact, even if he didn't, it would have been easy to find because the Mu residence was the largest building in Spirit State City after the Imperial Palace. Mu Yuqi was the great general of the Western Xia. His residence was naturally heavily guarded, but unfortunately, it was useless against a cheat-like existence like Song Qingshu. Silently sneaking in like an owl, Song Qingshu was mainly looking for places like the study room or the bedroom, because these two places were often the easiest to obtain information. As he searched, he secretly pondered. Before, he heard Mu Wanqing mention that her mother, Qin Hongmian, seemed to have married into the Mu family, but he didn't know who in the Mu family she married. It was no wonder that he was curious, because the concept of a family in this world was often different from that of the future. In the future, the family would have a few brothers and sisters, but in this world, the family was synonymous with a huge clan. Who knew how many brothers and descendants there were, from dozens to hundreds to thousands? The Mu family was the most powerful family in the Western Xia country, with a large population, so naturally, no one knew which branch Qin Hongmian married into. Forget it, let's get busy with the marriage first. By this time, Song Qingshu had already found the study room, and the lit candlelight inside indicated that there was someone inside. Just in time. Song Qingshu was delighted, and hurriedly hid under the eaves. At his level of martial arts, he no longer needed to peek or stick his ear to the wall. At this distance, the conversation of the person inside could not be hidden from him. Second brother, why did you agree to that envoy song? An anxious voice sounded in the room. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. From the tone of the person inside, it should be Mu Yuqi's brother, Mu Wangrong. The two brothers were in charge of the left and right armies respectively, and were both given the title of king. Of course, what concerned Song Qingshu was not him, but the envoy song mentioned by the other party. Could it be that his plan had already worked? Big brother, why are you so flustered? I only promised to surrender to him to deceive him. The Song people are rich, isn't it good to get more wealth from them? It would be a waste not to deceive him. Another teasing voice sounded, and it should be the great General Mu Yuqi. But I still feel that something is wrong. There was a hint of worry in Mu Wangrong's voice. The Song people are cunning, it is hard to guarantee that there is no trick in it. Are you worried that the Emperor will find out? Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Outside this door, who has ever admitted to making a promise to the Song people? He has no proof, Mu Yuqi said proudly. Speaking of which, I am also helping you vent your anger. A few days ago, you sent your trusted aide Lang Zai to surrender to the Song people, but he was seen through and killed. This time, we can deceive the Song people and swindle their wealth, then kill the envoy. Wouldn't that be great? Mu Wangrong also laughed. You're still the scheming one. Song Qingshu was eavesdropping when the sound of thieves suddenly came from the courtyard. Mu Wangrong suddenly exclaimed, It can't be that envoy Song's doing, right? Let's go to his room and see if he's still there. Mu Yuqi clearly had the same worry. Soon, two burly men with Mediterranean hairstyles hurried out from inside. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, and he used his lightness skill to rush towards the source of the commotion. From afar, he saw a black figure hiding from his pursuers. With his exceptional eyesight, Song Qingshu used the faint moonlight to recognize that the figure was Lin Pingji. In a flash, he appeared beside him and grabbed his shoulder. What are you doing? Lin Pingji was about to counterattack, but when he saw that it was him, he was overjoyed and quickly explained, Brother Song, I followed your plan and pretended to summon the Mu brothers to surrender. As expected, they agreed immediately, but they did not take any action. Thus, I planned to steal their waist sabers as a keepsake, but I didn't think that the manor would be so heavily guarded, so I was quickly discovered. Did those guards see your face clearly? Song Qinshu hurriedly asked. Lin Pingji shook his head. No, I was masked the entire time. Chapter 1739. As mentioned before, Song Qinshu had devised a plan that had been secretly carried out. Naturally, it was a tactic that had been tried and tested hundreds of times in China's history. He had sent Lin Pingji to pretend to summon the Mu brothers. As for whether the brothers surrendered or not, it wasn't that important. The key was the subsequent series of events. Song Qinshu didn't expect Sichuan to act so quickly. Lin Pingji had already come here to discuss with the Mu brothers. His eyes were filled with praise for his high efficiency. Unfortunately, this wasn't the time to reminisce. The two exchanged glances and decided on the next step. Song Qinshu said, I'll distract the pursuers for you. All right. Lin Pingji didn't act pretentious. He knew how powerful Song Qinshu's martial arts were. There was no danger in distracting the pursuers for him. After Lin Pingji left, Song Qinshu purposely ran in front of the pursuers and led them in the opposite direction. Not long after Lin Pingji returned to his room, a series of hurried knocks came from the outside. Before he could respond, the door was violently slammed open from the outside, and Mu Yuqi and Mu Wangrong walked straight in. What are you two doing? Lin Pingji pretended to have just woken up. Mu Yuqi was surprised to see him in the room. He exchanged glances with Mu Wangrong and said, Nothing much. A thief broke into the residence. We were worried that Envoy Song might be in danger, so we came to check on you. Lin Pingji naturally knew what was going on. However, he still pretended to be grateful and said, Thank you for your concern. I didn't see any thieves here. Mu Yuqi nodded. He looked around the room and didn't see anything out of the ordinary. He then turned to leave. Envoy Song, rest well. Don't go out for the time being, lest you encounter any danger. I'll keep this in mind. Be careful, great kings. Lin Pingji politely sent them off. After the two brothers left his courtyard, Mu Yuqi looked at his subordinate and asked, Are you sure the thief is on the other side? The soldier answered, Yes, we saw the thief escape to the west wing with our own eyes. Mu Wangrong came forward and said, Looks like we worried too much. That thief isn't an envoy from Song. If it's not Envoy Song, then who could it be? Mu Yuqi frowned. We brothers have made a lot of enemies in the western Xia. I think they are most likely Imperial Uncle Li Qianshuan's men, Mu Wangrong said with a cold snort. Mu Yuqi nodded and said, I also think that he is the most suspicious. Besides that, Prince Yi Lilongzhua is also a big suspect. Mu Wangrong suddenly thought of something and said, Let's not worry about this for now. The burglar went to the west chamber. Isn't that where the concubine is? Mu Yuqi's expression changed as he came to a realization. Come, let's hurry over. Meanwhile, Song Qinshu was leading the guards of his residence in circles. Originally, he could have easily shaken them off, but in order to buy enough time for Lin Pingji, he decided to run for a while and then purposely stayed behind to wait for the guards for a while. This way they wouldn't be able to catch up, but they wouldn't lose him either. However, after a while, he felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, a large number of guards rushed over from all directions. Although his lightness skill was high and he could enter and leave the heavily guarded palace with ease, it was mainly because he always caught the guards off guard. That was why he could use his lightness skill to sneak in before the guards could react. But now, there were guards everywhere. With so many eyes on him, he couldn't turn into a fly and disappear without a trace no matter how good his lightness skill was. Seeing the Mu Yuqi and Mu Wangrong brothers from afar, Song Qinshu gradually understood what was going on. They were the great generals and controlled half of the military power of Xixia. It was most likely that they had mobilized more soldiers and rushed over. Song Qingshu was forced to have nowhere to hide because of the soldiers rushing over from all directions. In fact, with his martial arts and lightness skill, it wasn't difficult for him to force his way out, but he was worried that he would alert the enemy. Moreover, he was still thinking about the scimitar that Lin Pingji mentioned just now. In his plan, whether the Mu brothers really surrendered or not, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The key was to make some people believe that they really surrendered, and to achieve this, the token was the key. For the people of Xixia, the scimitar that a person carried with him was like the person himself. It represented determination and credibility. If they could get their hands on the scimitar without anyone noticing, then at least half of their plan would be successful. Song Qingshu wanted to stay and steal the scimitar, but the number of imperial guards around him was getting more and more. His range of movement was getting smaller and smaller. In desperation, he had no choice but to hide in a nearby room. After all, there were so many rooms here, and it wouldn't be easy to find a person hiding there. However, as soon as he entered the room, he frowned. Because his attention was focused on avoiding the search of those imperial guards, he didn't notice that there was already a person in the room. Who's there? The person on the bed apparently also noticed the unusual movement. He sat up and looked in Chu Yang's direction in confusion. Song Qingshu was well aware that if he let the other party shout, it would attract the pursuing soldiers, and he would be in some trouble today. In a moment of desperation, his figure flashed, and he rushed to the side of the person, covering his mouth before the other party could shout. As Song Qingshu suddenly smelled a light and elegant fragrance, and it was soft and smooth to the touch. He couldn't help but be startled. When the other party spoke just now, her voice sounded a little distorted, and he actually couldn't tell that she was a woman. "Don't make a sound. Don't worry, I won't hurt you." Song Qingshu wasn't the kind of person who would make things difficult for a woman. Feeling her trembling body, he hurriedly comforted her, and then focused his attention on the imperial guards that were gradually approaching outside. To his surprise, most women in such a situation would not be so rational, and they would often react violently. However, after hearing his words, this person actually calmed down instantly, and didn't cry or make a fuss, so he didn't react for a while. Of course, his attention was mainly on the imperial guards outside. Originally, he thought that with the help of the female residents, the imperial guards would be afraid to take action. After all, men and women should be different at night. He didn't expect that the group of imperial guards would directly rush to the West Wing without any scruples, and now they were going from house to house, room to room to room. The atmosphere of the Western Xia country is so open? Song Qingshu was a little confused. Such a thing was absolutely unimaginable in the southern Song dynasty. No one would allow their soldiers to break into the female residence in the middle of the night to search one room after another. What if they saw something they shouldn't see? Wouldn't the male owner's head be covered in bursts of green light? Search one room after another, don't let go of any room. In addition, the archers outside get ready. Once the enemy tries to break through, immediately shoot thousands of arrows. Not far away came the Mu brothers' commands. This is really a little troublesome. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. He wanted to use a trick, but he didn't expect to be blocked in a dead end. Now with so many soldiers surrounding him, it was not easy for him to leave. These two were indeed the famous generals of the Western Xia country. Many years ago, they defeated the troops of the northern Song dynasty several times. Today, he experienced it personally, and it was really worthy of their reputation. Dong, dong, dong. Not long after, suddenly there was a knock on the door outside. "Miss, some evil people broke into the West Wing. Are you okay?" "Miss." Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't expect that he would be so lucky to directly break into someone's daughter's room. Although he didn't know whether it was the daughter of the first branch or the second branch, he thought of the Mu brothers' Mediterranean hairstyle and rough appearance. It was really not high to overestimate the daughter of such genes. At this time, Song Qingshu clearly felt that the girl was poking him with her finger, as if she wanted to say something to him. So, Song Qingshu simply let her go. Now that things had come to this, she could scream all she wanted. It seemed that he had to win and break out. Unexpectedly, the girl didn't scream and beg for help as he imagined. Instead, she said in a dissatisfied tone, "What are you shouting for? I'm sleeping. Go and search other rooms." Song Qingshu was startled. Putting aside her abnormal behavior, just her voice alone seemed to be somewhat familiar. Just now, the girl's mouth was covered, most of her face was blocked, and her whole body was curled up in the quilt, so he didn't pay attention to her appearance for a while. Now, under curiosity, he looked sideways. Although the light in the room was not turned on, judging from the firelight coming in from the window, he could see the girl's appearance clearly. The crescent moon shone, the flowers and trees piled up snow, her face was beautiful and exquisite, her chin was pointed, her complexion was white and smooth, her cherry mouth was dexterous and regular, her lips were very thin, and her 2 rows of fine teeth were like broken jade. She was really a stunning beauty. Mu Wanqing. Song Qingshu didn't expect to meet her under such circumstances. Mu Wanqing rolled her eyes at him, as if blaming him for only recognizing her now. Although her martial arts were far from the others, and she couldn't see things in the dark as if it was daytime, a woman's natural sensitivity allowed her to hear her lover's voice and the familiar feeling from his body. The guard outside obviously didn't give them a chance to catch up. He continued to knock on the door and said, "Miss, the king has ordered that every room must be searched. I hope that Miss will not make things difficult for us." Mu Wanqing's pretty eyebrows furrowed. She could hear the determination in the other's words. She could only pull the quilt away and said to Song Qingshu in a low voice, "Quickly hide inside." Song Qingshu was startled. He had wanted to use his martial arts to forcefully fight his way out, but now that there was a more convenient way, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Moreover, the 2 of them had already fallen in love with each other. He wasn't Lu Xiaohui, who would pedantically say that men and women shouldn't touch each other in this kind of situation. Almost without any hesitation, he burrowed into the quilt. He smelled a sweet fragrance, and couldn't help but sigh that a woman's quilt was indeed much more attractive than a stinky man's bed. Because she had just been sleeping, Mu Wanqing's body under the quilt was a bit cool. The 2 of them were so close to each other that he could almost touch her skin if he moved. He felt a burst of warmth and softness, and Song Qingshu's heart couldn't help but ripple. Mu Wanqing was obviously much more shy than him. Being touched by his body, she was like a startled rabbit, hurriedly shrinking back, and her breathing also quickened. At this moment, the door was suddenly knocked open by the soldiers outside. Mu Wanqing exclaimed and pretended to pull up the quilt to cover her chest. In reality, it was to better cover her lover beside her. "How dare you? What are you doing?" Chapter 1740. Song Qingshu, who was under the blanket, was shocked. He had indeed heard Mu Wanqing mention that Qin Hongmian had married into the Mu family, but he did not expect her to marry the head of the family. The people of Western Xia were indeed much more open-minded than the people of the Southern Song dynasty when it came to matters between men and women. They did not care too much about whether a woman was a virgin or not. However, Mu Yuqi was a dignified prince and a great general, who knew how many young girls would be willing to sleep with him. For Qin Hongmian to be able to become a princess, it could be seen how beautiful she was. That was why the other party had overlooked her past. Sometimes, fate really made fools of people. Qin Hongmian did not become the Duchess of Jinan of Dali, but became the Duchess of Tiandu of Western Xia. Who knew what she was thinking in the dead of night? After all, there are differences between men and women. It is not appropriate to bring so many people into my room in the middle of the night, Mu Wanqing said coldly. In fact, she was already very polite. If she had encountered such a thing in Jianghu, she would have shot a poisoned sleeve dart straight at them. There are criminals who have broken into the West Chamber. I am also afraid that you will be in danger. Muyuchi glanced at the young girl on the bed. A strange light flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Look around the room and see if there are any traces of the criminals. Reporting to your majesty, there are no signs. This room was not big, and the hiding place could be seen at a glance. Very soon, the soldiers had searched the room. Mu Wanqing snorted coldly. Can you go out now? Muyuchi laughed awkwardly. All right. Daddy will go out now. If you encounter anything, just give me a shout. There are guards everywhere outside. The sound of leaving footsteps rang out one after another. When the door was closed, Mu Wanqing finally heaved a sigh of relief. Song Qinshu poked his head out from under the blanket. With a wave of his hand, the door bolt in the distance automatically locked in from the inside. This Muyuchi treats you quite well. Mu Wanqing looked at the automatically locked door in surprise. Obviously, she was very surprised by his telekinesis. After hearing his words, she nodded slightly. He's very good to us, but what? Song Qinshu asked curiously. A trace of captivating red flashed across Mu Wanqing's jade-like cheeks, and she said in a low voice, But I always feel that the way he looks at me sometimes is strange. It feels like he wants to swallow me. It really makes people a little scared. Song Qinshu frowned slightly. It seems that he knows that you are not his biological daughter. I think so. When Mu Wanqing was very young, Qin Hongmian had taken her to live in seclusion near the innumerable Tribulation Valley. A few years ago, they were found by the people of Xixia, and both mother and daughter were invited back to the spiritual state. Mu Wanqing had not seen her for more than 10 years, so naturally, she did not have any deep feelings for her nominal father. With his balding and ugly appearance, any normal person would be able to tell that he couldn't have given birth to a daughter as beautiful as you. Song Qinshu thought of Zhong Wanshou of the innumerable Tribulation Valley. He was also ugly, but he had a daughter as beautiful as Zhongling Yulaosan, Yun Zhanghe, and the others would know that he was not Zhongling's biological father the moment they saw him. Bah, he is my nominal father after all. Can't you be more polite with your words? Mu Wanqing spat and rolled her eyes in annoyance. The key is that she has improper thoughts about you now. How can I be polite with my words? Although he did not see Muyuchi's eyes when he was hiding under the blanket, he could feel that when Muyuchi spoke to his daughter, his heartbeat had obviously sped up, and the blood in his body had a tendency to surge toward his lower abdomen. What? Mu Wanqing was taken aback. She was shocked by this guess. As Liao's king of Tiandu, he doesn't mind your mother's past and marries her as a concubine. I can see that he likes your mother very much. Song Qinshu sighed. But every time he sees you, he will inevitably think of his wife and other men. In the long run, not many people can stand it. It's only because you're a daughter and you're so beautiful that he's a little more tolerant. He thought of the multiple-choice question that was circulating on the internet in his previous life. If you were a father and suddenly found out that the daughter you had raised for 18 years was not your biological daughter, how would you react? Overflowing with anger, be overjoyed, C relieved, D indifferent, E completely disinterested. Every choice had a strange story behind it. Mu Wanqing's expression kept changing. She had long sensed that Muyuchi's attitude towards her was a little strange. But because they were father and daughter in name, she did not think in that direction. Now that she was reminded by someone else and recalled the various details from before, she could not help but have a sudden realization. Taking in both mother and daughter, this Muyuchi really has a good idea. The Western Xia's moral degeneration is really outrageous. Song Qinshu was a little angry. In fact, it was not strange for nobles in this era to do such things. But generally speaking, they would do it in private. And Muyuchi just happened to have designs on his own woman. How could he not be angry? Originally, the plan this time was targeted at the Mu brothers. Song Qingshu was a little worried that he would hurt Mu Wanqing, but now that he knew the truth, he no longer felt sorry. He just wanted to find a way to deal with the Mu brothers so that Mu Wanqing would not be in danger at all times. My mother is right. You men are all bad things. Mu Wanqing's pink face was flushed, and there was a hint of murderous intent between her brows. She had been educated by Qin Hongmian since she was young, so her character was naturally a little extreme. Although she was kind and pure, her way of doing things was completely like a little witch. Song Qingshu was worried that she would do something stupid, so he hurriedly advised, "Little Sister Wan, don't be impulsive. Mu Yuqi has many guards around him. Your little bit of martial arts is not enough. Instead, it will easily stimulate his evil thoughts and make him completely determined to turn into a beast." But, when Mu Wanqing thought of her nominal father having such thoughts about her, she felt her hair stand on end and felt uncomfortable all over. "Don't worry, I will help you solve this problem. But I still need some time." Song Qingshu then took out a bell and gave it to her. "Oh right, this bell contains the heart parasite. If you shake one within a certain range, the other will also ring. So if you are really in danger, you can shake this and I will rush over to save you." Last time, he had originally planned to give one to Ren Yingying, but by a freak combination of factors, he ended up giving one to Wan Xingzhu instead. But the effect was really good, so Song Qingshu deliberately made a few more. Of course, this thing couldn't really transmit sound from 1,000 miles away, but it could have the effect of a pager machine in his previous life within a radius of several dozen miles, preventing the people around him from falling into danger. The heart parasite? Mu Wanqing took the bell and gently stroked the patterns on the bell. Obviously, the two words heart parasite had poked a soft spot in the girl's heart. "By the way, why did you come to Xixia this time? Are you?" Mu Wanqing's face turned red, and her expression became bashful. "Are you here to propose marriage?" Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Only now did he remember that when they parted in Yangzhou last time, he had promised her that he would come to Xixia as soon as possible to propose marriage. But he was so busy that he almost forgot about it, and this time, he had another task in Xixia. Of course, Song Qingshu was not a rash boy. He knew what kind of bloodshed would happen if he denied it at this time. With a strong desire to survive, he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, this time I did come to propose marriage. But it's obviously not suitable to meet your father now. I'll find a chance to meet your mother and talk about this matter." And Mu Wanqing was immediately overjoyed. She stretched out her jade-like arms and hooked them around his neck. Her whole body nestled in his arms. "You're so nice." Tightly hugging the soft body of the beauty in his arms, Song Qingshu could not help but sigh with emotion. No wonder Mu Wanqing was so popular on the internet in his previous life. It was not without reason. When they first met, she was all kinds of tsundere. But once she fell in love with you, she really turned into a soft girl in an instant and would be obedient to you. At the same time, Song Qingshu's heart was also surging with endless regret. In fact, the two of them had made a solemn pledge of undying love a long time ago. But all along, he had been ignoring her. Although there was an objective factor of involuntary action, the main reason was that he was too much of a bastard. "By the way, where do you live now? If I want to see you, where should I go to find you?" Mu Wanqing suddenly asked. Song Qingshu's heart softened. He directly answered, "I am currently living in the embassy in the city. Also, this time I have another identity. That is, Liao's marriage escort general. When you come to see me, remember not to spill the beans in front of outsiders." "You even told me such a secret matter." Mu Wanqing was extremely touched. Suddenly, she remembered something and said in surprise, "The person you are escorting is my cousin's fiancée, Princess Cheng Yun?" "Your cousin?" Song Qingshu was startled. Only now did he realize that Crown Prince Ningji's mother was the younger sister of the Mu brothers. At this time, the two of them were indeed cousins. It's the Crown Prince. Mu Wanqing's eyes revealed a trace of disgust. This person wholeheartedly wants to inherit the throne. At the same time, he is also greedy and lustful. Everyone in Lingzhou City knows what kind of trash he is. It's a pity that Princess Qing has to marry such a man. Song Qingshu frowned and said, "He wouldn't have improper thoughts about you, would he? He wouldn't dare." Mu Wanqing raised her wrist. Only then did she realize that she was sleeping and did not wear the poison-sleeve dart on her wrist. She stuck out her tongue cutely. "Every time before and after my cousin, he wants to get close to me. However, there was one time when I beat him up fiercely and he stopped." Song Qingshu's expression was strange. He thought that this Crown Prince Ningji was really very tragic. Noticing his expression, Mu Wanqing hurriedly said, "Do you think that I am too fierce? Actually, I am only so fierce to others. To you, I don't." Song Qingshu could not help but be amused by her. He hugged her in his arms. "How can that be? I can't wait for you to be as fierce to other men as possible." A few strands of soft hair swept across his face. There was also a faint fragrance on it. He could not help but feel his heart sway. Mu Wanqing's heart was thumping wildly. In the darkness, she only felt that her cheeks were burning. She said in a low voice, "Song Lang, after all, we are not married yet." Song Qingshu was startled. Then, he understood that she was worried that he would do something to her. Presumably, Qin Hongmian had suffered enough from being pregnant out of wedlock. In this regard, she had been giving her advice since she was young. "Don't worry, I will leave immediately." Song Qingshu naturally would not force her in this regard. Moreover, he was still anxious about the matter of the waist knife. Chapter 1741. After bidding farewell to Mu Wanqing, Song Qingshu walked out of the house. At this time, the search in the west chamber was almost complete, but no traces of the thief were found. The people of the Mu residence instinctively thought that he had left, so the security was somewhat lax. Song Qingshu found an opening to leave the west chamber, and came to a row of houses in the east chamber. He just learned from Lin Pingji that the Mu brothers' waist blades should be in this area. The two waist blades could be considered rare treasured blade. Because they were relatively precious, they were rarely carried with them. They would only be carried on formal occasions or on expeditions. In the end, he found them in a room that looked like a collection room. Fortunately, most of the Mu residence's forces had been transferred to the west chamber. Otherwise, such a place would be heavily guarded, and it would not be so easy to obtain. After obtaining the waist blades, Song Qingshu went to the place where Lin Pingji was. The location of the guest room was very easy to find, but from a distance, he could see that it was heavily guarded. In name, it was for safety, but in reality it was mostly used to monitor and imprison him. Casually using a few stones to attract the attention of the guards, he quietly snuck in. Lin Pingji was pacing back and forth in the room, clearly very anxious. When he saw Song Qingshu appear in front of him, he let out a sigh of relief. Big Brother Song's martial arts are indeed peerless. Even with so many soldiers, they still could not catch you. Lin Pingji said with some excitement. "I was just lucky." Song Qingshu smiled, then sat down at the table with him. "I did not expect that this time you would come in person." Lin Pingji smiled bitterly. "Big Brother, you wanted us to find an absolutely loyal, stubborn, and very clever person. How could it be so easy? After picking and choosing, I still could not find a suitable candidate. In the end, I simply did it myself. Although I can't be considered clever, I believe that my bones are still firm." Song Qingshu nodded secretly. Even in the original work, even those who hated Lin Pingji had to admit that he had a firm and unyielding character. "But I'm afraid we'll have to suffer a lot in this operation." Moreover, our lives might be in danger, Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. Lin Pingji shook his head and said, when our Fu Wei escort agency was destroyed, there was no hope of revenge at all. It was you who taught me martial arts and took good care of me. In the end, it was you who took me to the Qingqing faction to avenge me. I don't know how I can repay your kindness, but I'm so happy to know that I can do something for you. Not to mention physical pain, even if you want my life, I, Lin Pingji, won't even frown. As a man, I'll take my revenge. I hope you can fulfill my wish, big brother. Alright, Pingji, don't worry. No matter what, I will definitely ensure your safety. Song Qingshu sighed with emotion. Although Lin Pingji looked like a girl, he was a straight man deep down. It was really admirable. The two discussed the details of the plan, and then Song Qingshu left under the cover of the night. The next day, Crown Prince Ning suddenly came to visit the embassy. This time, Tiandu's Supreme Emperor Mu Yuqi and the officials from the Ministry of Rites also came to discuss the wedding according to the Western Xia's etiquette. At the same time, they asked for Princess Liao's opinion. Yelu Nanxian couldn't hide anymore, so she came out with her maids to entertain the guests. Song Qingshu was just watching from the sidelines to prevent the Western Xia from having any ill intentions. Xiao Huandu would naturally deal with the complicated formalities of the Western Xia. Crown Prince Ning finally saw the bride's face. He thought that the rumors about her beauty were exaggerated, but when he saw her with his own eyes, he realized that she was even more beautiful than the rumors said. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed and began to flatter her. Unfortunately, Yelu Nanxian had always been lukewarm to him. If it was before, he would most likely fly into a rage. But today, looking at the beautiful face in front of him, he couldn't get angry. On the contrary, the other party's indifference added a bit of nobility to him. After sending off the Western Xia delegation with great difficulty, Yelu Nanxian returned to her room. Before she could say anything, her maid Xiaoxian couldn't help but start complaining. What kind of people are they? They all look like reincarnated perverts. Song Qingshu chuckled to himself. It turned out that Mu Yuqi was instantly interested in Shangguan Xiaoxian when he saw her, and even asked for her directly. In his opinion, he was the king of Xixia, and it was a blessing for him to ask for a maidservant. In fact, even the diplomatic corps of Liao Kingdom did not think that such behavior was out of line. After all, in the circle of nobles, it was common for them to give their concubines to their friends when they were having a good time, let alone a maidservant. Xiao Huandu even hoped to befriend the powerful figures of the Western Xia through this relationship. However, Shangguan Xiaoxian clearly didn't want to be given away as a gift. In addition, Yelu Nanxian and Song Qingshu were protecting her, so he gave up. Of course, the reason why Mu Yuqi didn't force her was because he didn't want to have a direct conflict with the Liao delegation at this time. After Yelu Nanxian married the crown prince, the beautiful maid would naturally go with her. When the Liao delegation left, it would be a piece of cake for him as an uncle to ask for a maid from his nephew. Speaking of which, you should thank me. Otherwise, you would have to serve him in bed tonight. No, maybe he won't wait until night, and will directly. Song Qingshu looked at Shangguan Xiaoxian with bad intentions. Shangguan Xiaoxian's face turned pale. She was obviously still in shock. Bah, I used to think that you were annoying enough. I didn't expect that the king of Tiandu to be even more annoying than you. Song Qingshu, how could she say that? This girl really needs to be taught a lesson. Shangguan Xiaoxian continued to complain. I'd rather follow you than follow that ugly monster. Song Qingshu nodded. It sounded much better this way. You mentioned that you have a way to ruin this marriage. How is it going? Shangguan Xiaoxian was only concerned about her master's happiness for the rest of his life. Now that the fire was on her, she became even more anxious. Yelu Nanxian was also as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She looked at him expectantly. Song Qingshu was calm. He sat on a chair and waved his hand, pour the tea. Usually, Shangguan Shaoxian did not pay much attention to him, but today, she obediently poured a cup of tea and respectfully brought it in front of him. She even spontaneously massaged his shoulders and back, looking like she was trying to please him. Song Qinshu comfortably closed his eyes and smiled. You don't have to worry. The only thing we need to do now is wait. Wait for what? The two women asked in unison. Wait for a message. Song Qinshu opened his eyes. A light flashed in them. The next few days were extremely difficult for Yelu Nancian because the day of the wedding was getting closer and closer. Until one day, a piece of news suddenly came from Lingzhou City. The king of Tiandu had caught a spy from the southern Song. He didn't dare to deal with him privately and sent him to Emperor Li Yuanhao. What's going on? Yelu Nancian couldn't help but ask when she found out that Song Qinshu was the southern Song dynasty's king of Qi. Song Qinshu looked out of the window and slowly answered, This is just the beginning. If nothing unexpected happens, you won't have to worry about the marriage in the near future. But I'm afraid someone will have to suffer. Yelu Nancian was puzzled. She wanted to ask more, but Song Qinshu didn't answer. He only told her that it would be revealed when the dust settles. She could only suppress her doubts and continue to wait. After comforting her, Song Qinshu decided to make a trip to the Mu mansion. First, he promised Mu Wanqing that he would visit her again and ask her mother for her hand in marriage. He didn't want to make this girl cry again. Second, he wanted to find out more about the Mu brothers and see how things had progressed. He changed his attire and returned to his original appearance. Since he was here to propose marriage, he had to show his sincerity. Of course, he also understood that this was risky. Fortunately, this world wasn't as well informed as the future. Although his name had spread all over the world, no one in the Western Xia would be able to recognize him except for the four villains. When he arrived at the Mu mansion, the gatekeeper heard that he wanted to see his master. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Go away, our king is not free. Noticing the nervousness and melancholy between his eyebrows, Song Qinshu secretly nodded. It seemed that the Mu family had also realized that a storm was brewing. This indirectly proved that everything was going well. Song Qinshu stuffed an ingot of silver into the gatekeeper's hand and said with a smile, Actually, I'm here to propose marriage. Even if the king is not free, I can still meet madam. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Feeling the heavy weight of the ingot of silver in his arms, the gatekeeper smiled like a wrinkled chrysanthemum and said, So it's the future son-in-law. I'll go and inform you right away. Please wait a moment, young master. Soon, Song Qinshu was invited in. He was led all the way to the west wing and arrived at a quiet and secluded courtyard. This courtyard was backed by a hill, as if it was in a deep and secluded valley. Song Qinshu's heart stirred. A poem emerged in his mind. A peerless beauty lives in seclusion in an empty valley. In the past, this Qin Hongmian had another nickname besides the Azura Blade. She was called the guest of the secluded valley. He didn't expect that she could also decorate her residence in the Western Xia in such an elegant manner. Are you the one who wants to propose marriage? Song Qinshu entered the house. Just as he was sizing up the layout of the room, he suddenly heard a woman's voice. The voice was gentle and pleasant to listen to, but it revealed a coldness that kept strangers away. Looking towards the source of the voice, he saw a woman dressed in black walking in. Her face was covered with a black veil, but her perky breasts, slender and soft waist, and plump and graceful buttocks all showed that this was a woman who was so mature that water was about to drip out of her. Greetings, madam. Song Qinshu quickly withdrew his gaze and bowed respectfully. The other party was Mu Wanqing's mother, so he naturally couldn't overthink it. Chapter 1742. I've known Sister Wan for a few years, and we've always been very good friends. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. This Qin Hongmian was really cold. She had an unapproachable look on her face. Qin Hongmian snorted. Is that so? Why haven't I heard her mention it? Song Qingshu held his breath. You're like a block of ice all the time, and you're fierce to your daughter. It's normal that she doesn't get close to you. She wouldn't say such intimate words to you. Qin Hongmian suddenly sneered. Don't tell me your name is Duan Yu? My surname is Song and my name is Qingshu. Song Qingshu couldn't help but roll his eyes. She was really incompetent as a mother. How many years had it been? Her database hadn't been updated. Song Qingshu? Qin Hongmian exclaimed. Why does this name sound so familiar? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. My identity is sensitive. It's not convenient for the Xixia people to know that I've come here. I'm just proposing to Madam. To show my sincerity, I don't dare to hide it. I hope Madam will keep it a secret. Qin Hongmian snorted. Why? Are you famous? Song Qingshu was a little impatient after she kept making things difficult for him. He faintly answered, just a little. Qin Hongmian frowned and looked him up and down. She vaguely remembered that she seemed to have heard this name somewhere. However, she lived in seclusion in the empty valley all year round and wasn't well informed about the outside world. So, she couldn't remember. Your identity is sensitive. You can't let the Xixia people know? Then why did you come here to propose marriage? Do you know that Wan Er's father is the king of Tiandu of Xixia? Song Qingshu had a faint smile on his face. Is Mu Yuqi really her father? What do you mean? Qin Hongmian's expression suddenly changed. Madam knows what I mean. Song Qingshu did not approve of her actions. She should have either followed Duan Zhengchun directly, or married Mu Yuqi and properly taken care of her husband and children. What was the point of being so fickle now? However, this didn't have much to do with him, so he couldn't criticize him directly. Song Qingshu took out a pair of transparent jade mandarin ducks, a piece of high-quality nephrite jade, and a large luminous pearl. These are my greeting gifts for Madam. These gifts were all selected from the Liao Kingdom's national treasury, and each of them could be regarded as priceless treasures. Who knew that Qin Hongmian was in a fit of anger? She didn't even look at them and directly smashed the things on the ground. Who cares about your things? Seeing that these priceless treasures were about to be smashed into pieces, Song Qingshu waved his hand. A gentle force wrapped around them in advance so that they wouldn't hit the hard floor. Then, with a flip of his wrist, the treasures reappeared in his hand. He didn't put them down. Instead, he used his vital energy to control them to move up and down in his palm, as if they were fixed in the void. He wasn't deliberately showing off his skills, but he was having a headache. It was obvious that Qin Hongmian was extremely repulsed by men because of her early love injury. He had become the fish in the moat. It was all that bastard Duan Zhengchuan's fault. He showed mercy everywhere and created such a mess. However, Song Qingshu quickly remembered that he wasn't much inferior to him. Moreover, there were a few of his daughters among his confidants. Therefore, he was too embarrassed to scold him anymore. Huh! While Song Qingshu was letting his imagination run wild, Qin Hongmian's body trembled. It was obvious that she was somewhat shocked by the unimaginable martial arts that the other party suddenly revealed. This is the lost dragon capturing skill of Jianghu? Qin Hongmian's voice was slightly trembling. It was obvious that as a person of Jianghu, she had a natural sense of reverence towards all kinds of divine skills and unique skills. It's a skill that I created myself. It's similar to the dragon capturing skill. Song Qingshu's heart suddenly stirred. If Madam is interested, I can teach you. He was really stupid. Qin Hongmian's ex-boyfriend was the Prince of Dali. Her current husband was the Prince of Xixia. They were both figures who were second only to one but above tens of thousands of people in their respective countries. She herself was born into the wealthy Qin family. What kind of treasures had she not seen? Yet, he was actually using those vulgar things to curry favor with her. Sure. Qin Hongmian excitedly took 2 steps forward. However, she quickly realized that she had lost her composure. She hastily stopped and coughed unnaturally. It was obvious that she was deeply ashamed of her subconscious girlish attitude. This kind of unique skill is the secret of each sect. How can I make things difficult for you, young master? It's not difficult, it's not difficult. Song Qingshu smiled very happily. He had finally found a shortcut to curry favor with her. Your younger sister Wan's mother. We're family, so why are you treating me like an outsider? Qin Hongmian opened her mouth. She kept feeling that it was a little inappropriate to sell her daughter like this. However, as a person of Jianghu, it was really difficult for her to resist the temptation of martial arts. Besides, she still had the thought that if she learned this divine skill, she would be able to get even with Duan Jingchuan's other lovers, especially that B*TCH from Mantua Villa. She had a great force under her command, and her martial arts skills were great as well. When he saw that she was still a little hesitant, Song Qingshu understood that he had to strike while the iron was hot. He immediately began to explain the principles of the dragon capturing skill to her. Since he had begun to explain the incantation, Qin Hongmian did not have the time to worry about other distracting thoughts. She began to carefully memorize it. Madam, do you remember it? At that moment, Song Qingshu was no longer restrained. He found a chair and sat down in a very leisurely manner. At the same time, he poured himself a cup of tea. No matter what, he was currently imparting martial arts to her. It was already good enough that he did not put on the airs of a master. What was there to be nervous about? Yes, I remember it. Qin Hongmian nodded. The incantation was not very profound, and since Song Qingshu explained it in a simple manner, it did not take long for her to memorize it by heart. As he watched her practice non-stop, Song Qingshu nodded in secret. Even though Qin Hongmian's aptitude in martial arts was not very high, it was still far superior to the average person in Jianghu. The reason why her martial arts were only average was mainly because she lacked guidance from a famous teacher, and all the martial arts she learned were not up to standard. When he thought about how Duan Zhengchun had managed to win her heart with just 1 5-gauze light smoke palm, Song Qingshu cursed silently. It had to be known that Duan Zhengchuan's martial arts were at most second-rate or third-rate in Jianghu, and 5-gauze light smoke palm was one of the mediocre martial arts he knew. It should be said that aside from the Duan clan's single yang finger, there were not many other martial arts he knew that could be considered good. After Qin Hongmian cultivated for a while, she could not help but wipe off the fine sweat on her forehead. Why am I still unable to successfully move objects after practicing for so long? Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. Madam, you are too impatient. Even though the technique of this martial art is important, inner strength is even more important. Madam's inner strength is somewhat insufficient, so it takes twice the effort for half the result. However, he was also worried that Qin Hongmian would lose interest, and then it would be troublesome for him afterwards, so he immediately added, however, I can let Madam experience the feeling of dragon capturing art first. Madam, remember this feeling of qi, and then practice day and night afterwards. You should be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. How do I experience it? Qin Hongmian was startled. Madam, first of all, please relax your body and mind. Song Qingshu stood up and walked over. Who knew that Qin Hongmian would instinctively dodge backwards and look at him with a face full of vigilance? What do you want to do? Song Qingshu was stunned. When he noticed her wary expression, he realized that she had misunderstood him, and he could not help but smile in anguish. Madam, you're thinking too much. I just want to channel a wisp of true qi into your body and help you successfully execute dragon capturing art for the first time. This way, you'll remember that feeling, and it'll be easier for you to practice in the future. This is Based on Qin Hongmian's personality, she would definitely not allow an unfamiliar man to touch her body, but she really could not resist the temptation. Of course, it was mainly because she wanted to learn how to deal with that SL*T from Mantua Villa. On the other hand, when she thought about the man's relationship with her daughter, he could be considered as her junior, and she could not say that he was an unfamiliar man. "Madam, since you don't have any objections, I'll start." Song Qinshu knew that she was still hesitating, so he quickly made the decision for her. He walked behind her, extended a finger, and tapped the bowl hu acupoint on her back. He channeled a wave of qi into her body. It had been a long time since Qin Hongmian had maintained such a close distance with a man. When she sensed the man's masculine and hot aura behind her, she could not help but feel her heart skip a beat. For some reason, she started to panic a little. "Madam, please calm your mind and guide this aura through the meridians I taught you just now." At that moment, the man's calm voice traveled into her ears. It was only then that Qin Hongmian snapped out of her daze. She could not care about anything else and started circulating her qi according to the incantation just now. She had not succeeded all this while because she did not have enough qi. Right now, she felt that her entire body was filled with qi, and her condition was unprecedentedly good. She circulated her qi to her palm according to the meridians, and she instantly felt a suction force traveling toward her. Before she could react, the teacup that was 3 feet away had already been sucked into her hand. "I did it! I did it!" Qin Hongmian turned around happily. At that moment she was a little dazed, and she felt as if she had returned to the time when Duan Zhengchun taught her the 5 gauze light smoke palm. At that time, she had also managed to master it after much difficulty, and the joy she felt at that moment was exactly the same as it was right now. "Duan Lang." A dazed look shone in Qin Hongmian's eyes, and she instinctively wanted to pounce into the man's arms behind her. Song Qinshu only felt a delicate fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind, and then he felt the other party pounce into his arms. Honestly speaking, at this moment, his mind was in a daze, and he really could not figure out what was going on. Logically speaking, with his martial arts, even if he were to face someone whose martial arts were 10 times better than Qin Hongmian's, he should still be able to avoid her. But this time, it was really too sudden, and he had not expected that Qin Hongmian would make such a move. For a moment, too many thoughts flashed through his mind, but before he could come up with anything, a warm, soft, and well-rounded body threw itself into his arms with a wisp of fragrant wind. "Looks like she has really fallen ill from love. Her longing for Duan Zhengchun for the past 10 years is so thick that it can't be dispersed, causing her to be in a daze sometimes?" Feeling the delicate body in his arms, Song Qingshu's entire person became like an innocent little boy, and he simply did not know where to put his hands. If it was any other woman, he naturally would not be so conflicted, but when he thought of the relationship between Qin Hongmian and Mu Wanqing, he felt an endless headache. At this moment, an extremely shocked voice suddenly sounded from the door. "What are you guys doing?" Chapter 1743. Mu Wanqing's exclamation also awakened Qin Hongmian, who was in a daze. Only then did she realize that she had taken the initiative to throw herself into the arms of a strange man. Her face flushed red for a moment. Fortunately, there was a black veil in front of her, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to be seen by others. Even so, she reacted fiercely and jumped out of his arms like a frightened rabbit. However, in her embarrassment and panic, she tripped and fell to the ground involuntarily. At this moment, a pair of strong arms caught her waist, and another hand held her back to help her up. "Be careful, madam." Song Qingshu helped Qin Hongmian up, then said to Mu Wanqing unhurriedly, "Sister Wan, I came to propose marriage. Madam was worried that I couldn't protect you, so she wanted to test my martial arts. In the end, she accidentally fell, so I reached out to help you." Qin Hongmian admired his quick wit. Although she knew that he was talking nonsense with a serious face, she opened her mouth but did not refute in the end. Seeing that her mother had tacitly agreed to his words, Mu Wanqing did not suspect anything. She ran to her side and held her arm, then glared at her lover. "Your martial arts are so high, but you didn't know how to control your strength." "Don't worry, he didn't hurt me," Qin Hongmian finally said. "You said his martial arts are very high. Is he very famous in Jianghu?" This was also the question she had been wondering from the beginning. "He is very famous in Jianghu." Speaking of her lover, Mu Wanqing's entire face was brimming with the light of happiness, and she talked non-stop to her mother about her lover's various deeds. Qin Hongmian revealed a surprised expression and could not help but size up the man not far away. So it's him. Although she had always lived a secluded life, she would walk in Jianghu from time to time, and in the past few years, Song Qingshu was the most famous figure in Jianghu, so she had naturally heard of him. However, other than being interested in Duan Zhengchun and a few others, she did not care about others at all, so when she heard the name Song Qingshu just now, she did not react. "Right, mother, brother Song's identity is sensitive. If the Xixia people find out, there will be a lot of trouble, so I hope mother will not reveal his true identity to others." Mu Wanqing suddenly thought of something and hurriedly reminded her. "Girls are really extroverted. Do I look like someone who doesn't know what's important?" Qin Hongmian glared at her in annoyance. Then, when she looked at Song Qingshu, her gaze softened a bit. "You're willing to take such a risk for Wanner. You can be considered to be affectionate and loyal. That's rare." Mu Wanqing looked excited. "Mother, does that mean you agree to our marriage?" Before Qin Hongmian could finish speaking, Song Qingshu beat her to it and said, "Madam has already agreed, right, madam?" Song Qingshu glanced at Qin Hongmian with a smile that was not a smile. Qin Hongmian's face blushed. As the saying goes, one's hands are tied. Since she had learned his dragon capturing technique, she was too embarrassed to refuse. Moreover, such an embarrassing scene had just occurred. Even now, her entire body was still limp and she had yet to regain her senses. "Really?" Mu Wanqing's face was filled with surprise. These past few days, she had been worrying about the gains and losses of the Fu. Suddenly, she heard the news from the servants that a young man had come to propose marriage to Madame. She ran over with incomparable joy. But very soon, she began to worry. In her impression, her mother had always been quite strict. She belonged to the serious type that was hard to talk to. Moreover, she was very clear about her mother's attitude towards men. This time, Big Brother Song probably wouldn't be able to get away with it. In the end, she didn't think that her lover would be able to settle her mother so easily. Qin Hongmian coughed lightly. After all, this was her daughter. She couldn't help but worry for her daughter. "However, I heard that Prince Song already has a wife. This time, he came to propose marriage to Wanner. What's the meaning of this? Is he going to make her your concubine?" Although she wasn't very familiar with the outside world's information and didn't know about Song Qingshu's other female confidants, the matter of him and Amei sex Zhou Zhiro had spread like wildfire in Jianghu. Song Qingshu sternly said, "Although I already have a wife, the heaven and earth can bear witness to my love for little sister Wan. Moreover, in my family, there is absolutely no division between wives and concubines. Everyone has equal status." No division between wives and concubines? Ridiculous. Although Qin Hongmian said this, her expression was much more relaxed. She couldn't help but think of herself in the past. Back then, she had fallen into the river of love and loved Duan Zhengchun to death. She had even expressed her willingness to agree to be his concubine. Unfortunately, Duan Zhengchun still didn't dare to bring her back to the prince's mansion and didn't dare to give her any status. On the contrary, this man before her was still able to calmly express his firm desire to marry Wanner under her interrogation. He was much more manly than Duan Zhengchun in the past. In this life, I won't let little sister Wan down. No matter good or bad, rich or poor, in sickness or in health, I will love her and cherish her. Only when I die can we be separated. I hope that Madam can fulfill my wish." Now that things had come to this, Song Qinshu could only use his ultimate move. He took out the marriage vows that had been widely spread in his previous life. Although they were somewhat common in his previous life, they had never been heard of in this world. The effect was excellent. Big Brother Song. As expected, Mu Wanqing's eyes turned red in an instant. Qin Hongmian, who was beside her, was visibly moved. She, who had been hurt by love, could increasingly feel the true feelings contained in these vows. As the saying went, it was easy to obtain a priceless treasure, but difficult to find a lover. "Fine, I'll leave Wanner to you to take care of in the future." Qin Hongmian sighed faintly. Her voice was filled with loneliness, because she thought of her own experience in the past. "If Duan Zhengchun had been like him back then, I wouldn't have been in pain for half my life." "Thank you, Mother." Mu Wanqing was so excited that she almost jumped up. She directly leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Only then did she realize that she was still wearing a veil. She subconsciously pulled it off. We're going to be a family in the future. At least let Song Qinshu see what mother-in-law looks like." How could Qin Hongmian have expected that her daughter would suddenly do something like this? She did not even have time to react before her veil was pulled off. Song Qinshu, who was beside her, felt his eyes light up. She had a sharp face, slender eyebrows, and an extremely beautiful appearance. It was no wonder that Mu Wanqing's appearance was one of the best among Duan Zhengchun's many daughters. Duan Zhengchun was handsome and confident, while Qin Hongmian had such a cold beauty. Mu Wanqing, who inherited both of their good points, would naturally surpass her. "This future mother-in-law of mine looks really young." Song Qinshu secretly clicked his tongue. He did not know if it was because there was no pollution in this world or if it was because of the existence of internal energy, but he felt that taking care of women was more useful than any cosmetics or skincare products in the future. However, the thing that left the deepest impression on Song Qinshu was her gaze. It carried 30% stubbornness and 30% viciousness, causing her peerlessly beautiful face to reveal a cold and fierce expression that kept strangers away. "What are you doing?" Qin Hongmian had a fiery temper to begin with. This time she was truly enraged. One must know that the reason why Mu Wanqing would make such a strange oath was precisely because she herself was the same. Her appearance could only be seen by her future husband. If it was seen by other men, she would either kill him or marry him. Mu Wanqing stuck out her tongue. "Mother, if the two of you meet by chance in Jianghu in the future and Song Qinshu doesn't recognize you, wouldn't that be a joke to others? We're all family, so what's wrong with looking?" Qin Hongmian fiercely glared at her, but she also knew that what she said was not without reason. Moreover, now that things had come to this, she had no way of putting her veil back on. Suddenly thinking of something, Qin Hongmian turned to Song Qinshu and asked, "How old are you this year?" Song Qinshu answered, "I've just turned 30. Qin Hongmian revealed a strange expression, but she did not say anything. Instead, Mu Wanqing, who was at the side, blurted out in surprise, "Big brother Song, you're about the same age as my mother. She's only older than you, shut up." Qin Hongmian hurriedly interrupted her daughter. How could she casually tell such a private matter to another man? When she thought of how the other party was only a few years younger than her, but had to call her mother-in-law, why did this kind of feeling feel a little strange? At this moment, Song Qinshu's expression was even more strange. In this world, women get married at the age of 10 or so, and there are plenty of women who give birth at the age of 16 or 17. Currently, Mu Wanqing looks like she's only 17 or 18 years old, so Qin Hongmian is at most 4 or 5 years older than me. Speaking of which, are the two of us the same age? According to the conversion standards of the future generations, when I became an adult, Mu Wanqing was still in kindergarten. I didn't expect that I would also enjoy the feeling of a strong brother Dong, and this kind of feeling is really a little refreshing. Song Qinshu took out the gifts from earlier. Madam, you should be able to accept these gifts now, right? Wow, so beautiful! When Mu Wanqing saw the emerald mandarin duck in her hands, she immediately fell in love with it. Qin Hongmian, who was at the side, rolled her eyes helplessly. This silly girl doesn't even know that I've sold you by accepting these gifts. However, now that things had come to this, she already had no reason to refuse. Next, she invited Song Qinshu to sit down again, and asked him how the two of them met and fell in love. When she heard that the two of them first met on Mount Hua, she secretly nodded. No wonder, at that time, Wan just happened to be hurt by love. Fortunately, she met him, otherwise she wouldn't have to suffer for the rest of her life like me. Thinking that her lifetime's happiness was ruined by Duan Zhengchun, and her daughter's lifetime's happiness was almost ruined by his son, Qin Hongmian felt an indescribable anger in her heart. However, when she saw her daughter and Song Qingshu's current appearance, her anger gradually subsided a little. After chatting for a while, Song Qingshu suddenly asked, "Oh right, what happened to King Tiandu recently? Why didn't I see him today?" Qin Hongmian frowned and lightly replied, "I've been living in seclusion in the backyard, so I don't know much about his affairs." Song Qingshu was startled, thinking that in any case, the two of you are husband and wife now. However, her words revealed too much information. It seems that the two of them are only husband and wife on the surface? At the very least, they haven't lived together for a long time, otherwise she wouldn't speak in such a tone. On the other hand, Mu Wanqing, who was at the side, opened her mouth. Recently, he seems to have something troubling him. 2 days ago, he caught a spy from the Song dynasty, and specially escorted him over to the emperor. However, when he came back, his expression seemed to be even more unsightly. These 2 days, he has been running around everywhere. As for what he's busy with, I don't know. Because she knew that her biological father was someone else, and because she grew up in Jianghu, and was only brought back by Mu Yuqi in the past 2 years, she didn't have much affection for him. It was very difficult for her to call him father, so she could only use him as a substitute. Chapter 1744. After chatting for a while, Qin Hongmian got up and left. She had been living in seclusion for a long time and was not used to interacting with people, let alone a man. Being able to chat for so long was already unprecedented. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a slight sense of loss when he saw Qin Hongmian leave with an icy cold expression. After all, even though he wasn't loved by everyone, he'd always been successful in the field of love these past few years. No matter if it was a celestial maiden, a demoness, or a seductress, all of them couldn't help but look at him in a different light. Only this Qin Hongmian took him to be an ordinary man and avoided him. Of course, this did not mean that Song Qingshu had any thoughts about Qin Hongmian. It was simply his vanity that caused mischief. After all, he was not a saint. Quickly recovering from his emotions, Song Qingshu smiled at Mu Wanqing and said, "Sister Wanqing, let's go out for a walk. I've just arrived in Lingzhou City, you can be my tour guide." First, he needed to familiarize himself with the whole of Lingzhou City in advance. Second, he felt that he had too little time with Mu Wanqing, so he wanted to take the opportunity to accompany her more. Mu Wanqing raised her eyebrows, her face brimming with happiness. "Yes, yes." Next, the two left the Mu mansion together and toured around Lingzhou City. The customs of Xixiao were very different from those of Jiangnan, Liao, Jin, and other countries of the grassland, so there was a different flavor to the tour. Along the way, Mu Wanqing changed from her usual cold image. She chattered like an oriole as she explained to Song Qingshu about the various places in Spirit State City. Looking at her smiling eyes that were like crescent moons, Song Qingshu's heart was filled with pity. Such a good girl, yet she had to bear too many things in the past that she should not have to bear. He must not repeat the same mistakes. He must let her always be able to smile so sweetly. After walking for a long time, Song Qingshu noticed the fine sweat on Mu Wanqing's forehead, so he took her to a nearby restaurant and sat down. While waiting for the dishes to be served, he suddenly heard the customers next to him talking about Mu Yuqi's matter. I heard that the king of Tiandu caught a spy from the southern Song dynasty and specially escorted him to the emperor. It seems that the king of Tiandu has made a great contribution this time. A wine guest said with delight. What do you know? Someone next to him interrupted him. I heard that this southern Song spy came to summon King Tiandu. King Tiandu was afraid that the matter would be exposed, so he hurriedly escorted him to the emperor to express his sincerity. The king of Tiandu is only below one person in our western Xia and above tens of thousands of people. Is it necessary to surrender to the Song dynasty? The man from before said indignantly. How would I know? But for the past 2 days, Tian Du Wang has been running around like an ant on a hot pan. He didn't even have time to return home. It's obvious that he's encountered a thorny problem. Listening to the discussion of the group, Song Qingshu lowered his voice and said to Mu Wanqing, Something might have happened to your father. Mu Wanqing curled her lips. That person is not my father. She grew up with her mother in Dali and had no concept of a father in her mind. Moreover, the reason why they came back to the spiritual state for the past 2 years was mainly due to Mu Yuqi's pressure. She was already a little unhappy about losing her freedom. Now that she knew that Mu Yuqi had such filthy thoughts towards her, the only bit of remorse in her heart disappeared, leaving only extreme disgust. Song Qingshu nodded inwardly. This saved him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it to get rid of Mu Wanqing's father for the sake of Yelu Nanxian. For the time being, you and your mother should go out and lie low. I have a feeling that this matter won't be easy to resolve. When the time comes, you and your mother will inevitably be caught in the crossfire. Song Qingshu couldn't help but remind them. Is it that serious? Mu Wanqing asked doubtfully. She clearly didn't believe it. Song Qingshu didn't explain further. After all, in everyone's opinion, how could the king of the celestial capital, who held the military power, be affected by such a small matter? After the two of them finished their meal, they strolled around the outskirts of the city for a while. It wasn't until the evening that he sent her home. Mu Wanqing wasn't this shy in the past, but perhaps it was because of the engagement or something else that made her pay extra attention to these things. She didn't want to spend the night with him outside. Song Qingshu felt that he had shot himself in the foot, but since he still had things to do tonight, he didn't mind it too much. After leaving the Mu mansion, he went straight to the heavenly prison. Today's stroll wasn't a waste of time. He had already found out where Lin Pingji was imprisoned. Although all of this was planned, he was still a little worried. He wasn't worried that Lin Pingji would reveal anything, but worried that Lin Pingji would be tortured too heavily and his body would be in danger. Coming to the periphery of the heavenly prison, looking at the heavily guarded defense, Song Qingshu frowned. Although his qing gong was high, it was useless in this kind of terrain. It was difficult to hide from everyone's eyes and ears. Originally, he could seal the acupoints of the guards at the exit, so that outsiders couldn't see anything unusual. But after observing for a while, he found that the guards here crossed and patrolled quite frequently. It wouldn't be long before other people came to see if there was anything unusual. At that time, these people who had their acupoints sealed would not be able to hide. Just when he was having a headache, he suddenly noticed a tall and thin middle-aged man slowly walking over here, cursing and pinching. Damn it, I had an appointment with a girl today, but in the end, I have to be transferred to guard a stinky man. But I heard that the man has soft skin and is even more handsome than a girl. Do you want me to give it a try? However, he quickly shivered and gave himself a slap. Motherf***ker, What was I thinking in my head? I, the crane in the cloud, traversed through a cluster of flowers. What I picked was a beautiful female flower, not some daisy. Song Qingshu recognized the man as Yunzhong-he, one of the 4 evildoers. Hearing him talking to himself, Song Qingshu felt disgusted. He didn't think that the world's most famous pervert would have the tendency to be turned gay. Damn it, the more he lived, the more he regressed. He was just worrying about how to sneak in, but he didn't expect to find a way to get in so quickly. Yunzhong-he was still complaining, but suddenly, he felt a pain in the back of his neck. His vision went black and he didn't know what happened. Song Qingshu dragged him to a dark corner and quickly disguised himself to look like him. Before he left, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and kicked him in the waist. This guy was notorious for picking flowers everywhere and destroying the chastity of good girls. Sparing his life was already letting him off easy, but the tools he used to commit the crime had to be confiscated. Of course, Song Qingshu would not be so bored as to do things in the worship service room. Instead, he crippled Yunzhong-he's kidney meridian so that he could no longer be a man for the rest of his life. Naturally, he would not be able to commit crimes. Then, he swaggered into the imperial prison with Yunzhong-he's identity. Yunzhong-he was an elite from Class 1 Hall, and he was originally sent to help guard the prisoners. That was why the prison guards did not suspect him at all and let him in. While Song Qingshu walked in, he felt very uncomfortable. Yunzhong-he was always fooling around, and he even had the tendency to be gay. Song Qingshu didn't want to get himself sick. Would it be contagious if he wore these clothes? Even though he still had his own clothes inside, Song Qingshu still felt disgusted. He circulated his true qi and covered his body with a thin layer of qi force. It could be said that all evil could not invade his body. But his attention was soon diverted, because he saw Lin Pingji. In all fairness, while Lin Pingji looked like a girl, he was definitely an outstanding handsome man. But now, he was covered in blood, and his hands were chained to the 2 walls. There was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. He was covered in all sorts of bloodstains and signs of torture. If it were not for the fact that he could still feel his faint heartbeat, Song Qingshu would have thought that he had died a heroic death. Pingji. Even though he had expected this to happen, the visual impact of seeing it with his own eyes was still incomparable. After calling for a long time, Lin Pingji woke up slightly. He raised his head in slight puzzlement and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. "It's me." Song Qingshu returned to his original voice, and at the same time, he sent a wisp of true qi into Lin Pingji. "Big brother Song." Lin Pingji was pleasantly surprised. Obviously, he did not expect to see him in this situation. Feeling the warm current in his body, he gradually recovered some of his spirit. "This is the 9-turn bear snake pill. Take it quickly. It's good for your injuries." Song Qingshu handed him a yellow pill. The 9 turns bear snake pill was a holy healing pill of the carefree sect. It had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. It was one of the spoils of war obtained from the heavenly mountain maiden. Lin Pingji did not doubt it at all. He swallowed the pill and felt a spicy smell. Soon, there was a flame in his lower abdomen. Then, several warm currents flowed to his limbs and bones. He, who was on the verge of death, immediately recovered a lot of his spirit. "It's really a miracle medicine." Lin Pingji was amazed. However, Song Qingshu sighed and said, "Miracle medicine is just a dead thing. Pingji, you, on the other hand, are so badly injured this time." Lin Pingji hurriedly said, "Big brother Song, don't be like this. I came on this mission voluntarily, and these injuries are also within my expectations." Song Qingshu still wanted to say something, but his expression suddenly changed slightly. "Someone is coming. Be careful." After saying that, his figure flashed and he leisurely lay on the chair at the door of the cell, as if he was taking a nap. Lin Pingji reacted quickly. He immediately lowered his head again, and returned to his previous appearance of being on the verge of death. Not long after, a beautiful figure came in with a group of subordinates. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. It's her. Although the person's face was veiled, he had already recognized that she was Princess Yinchuan of Xixia country, Li Qinglu. She was also Menggu, whom Xuzhu yearned for day and night in the original work. Last time, on the outskirts of Linan, he took Huang Rong to the Peach Blossom Island to settle down. Coincidentally, she sneaked into the Southern Song dynasty with the masters of the Class 1 Hall and had a conflict with the Imperial City Department led by Xue Yiren and Xue Baochai. Song Qingshu's current identity as Yunzhong did not want to expose himself, so he quickly got up and bowed. Li Qinglu gave him a look of disgust and ignored him, instead walking straight to Lin Pingji, who was in the depths of the cell. She then instructed her subordinates to pour some water on Lin Pingji's body. When he woke up, Li Qinglu coldly asked, "I'll ask you one last time. Why did you come to Lingzhou City to look for the king of Tiandu?" Looking at the graceful and exquisite girl in front of him, Lin Pingji understood how ruthless she was. "I've already said that I'm only here to deliver a gift. I've already told you what the gift is. It's a painting of a turtle and a box of jujubes." Li Qinglu snorted coldly. "What treasure has the king of Tiandu not seen before? You came all the way here to deliver this?" Lin Pingji answered, "If I'm not mistaken, Mu Yuqi should have delivered my gift to you. You can check it and you'll know that I'm not lying." A hint of anger flashed in Li Qinglu's eyes. "It's precisely because we have checked that we know that you wouldn't just deliver those 2 pieces of trash. There must be other letters." Lin Pingji flatly replied, "You won't get anything out of me even if you interrogate me 1,000 times. Chapter 1745. Song Qingshu was shocked. If things really got out of hand, he would have to save Lin Pingji even if he had to expose his identity. Li Qinglu's soldiers stepped forward and were about to take Lin Pingji away. Lin Pingji suddenly looked up to the sky and sighed, "I have failed to live up to the general's kindness. I can't complete this important task." "Wait." Li Qinglu raised her hand to stop her soldiers from taking him away. Then she came in front of Lin Pingji and said condescendingly, "Have you thought it through?" The expression on Lin Pingji's face kept changing. Apparently, he was struggling mentally. Li Qinglu took the opportunity to say, "No matter what, you have to tell us eventually. Instead of telling us later, you'd better tell us earlier to avoid physical pain. We won't mistreat you." Lin Pingji finally opened his mouth. "If I tell you, will you spare my life?" "Of course." Li Qinglu couldn't help but feel happy when she saw that his tone was relaxed. Lin Pingji continued to ask, "I need a guarantee." Li Qinglu frowned and finally snorted. She raised the golden token in her hand and said, "I am Princess Yinchuan of the Xixia country. I am under the direct control of the Emperor. If you see this token, you will see me. As the saying goes, the Emperor does not joke. I have promised in front of so many people. How can I go back on my words and bring shame to the Emperor's reputation? Moreover, I can promise you that as long as you tell me everything, I will not only spare your life, but also guarantee you a high position and wealth for the rest of your life." Lin Pingji breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the soles of his feet and said, "There is a letter sewn in the soles of my shoes." Li Qinglu waved her hand. Someone had already taken off his shoes and opened them. Then they unstitched the soles of his shoes and found that there was a letter hidden in them. Li Qinglu was about to take the letter when she saw it. But when she thought that it was taken from the soles of a stinky man, she couldn't help but show a trace of disgust. "Open the letter and take it away from me. I want to see the Emperor." When her subordinates opened the letter, Li Qinglu carefully read it from 3 steps away. When she saw the handwriting on it, she couldn't help but change her expression. She hurriedly said, "Put the letter away. I will go to the palace to see the Emperor." It turned out that the letter had a paragraph written on it, "I have settled the people you sent. I've already received the important information they sent. I know very well why you sent them here. In view of your contribution to the Emperor, I have reported to the Emperor that you will be appointed as soon as possible. The letter of appointment has arrived. I hope you can come to the Emperor as soon as possible. Now, I am giving you a painting of a tortoise and a box of dates. I hope you will understand the meaning of returning early and submit to the Song court as soon as possible. Li Qinglu knew that she of it of this. Emperor too of the of it. Lin of Shu of Chen of Lin of his eyes of. Lin tu. To the Emperor of Qingshu of Lin of. Chen's Lin. Chiu thought. Lin of. With his the guards to Lin tu. Lin of Ling, Shu of Han. Lin to Shu Lin, he of Qingshu to Si to Lin to Tian to the. Song Qingshu also smiled slightly. It seemed that Lin Pingji's life was secured, and he did not need to worry anymore. Moreover, everything was going according to plan. It was simply perfect. Li Qinglu entered the palace and reported this to Emperor Li Yuanhao. Li Yuanhao's face darkened. Come back early. So this is the meaning of the turtle painting and of the date. Li Qinglu couldn't help but ask, could this be the Emperor's plan? Li Yuanhao answered, I know what I'm doing. A few days ago, I sent someone disguised as Mu Yuqi's messenger to contact Xin Xiaolong of Sichuan. I believe we will know the result in a few days. Song Qingshu got out of the celestial prison, woke Yunzhonghe up, and used the great soul transfer technique to make him forget what happened today. As for why Yunzhonghe could no longer have sex from now on, let him guess the reason himself. Back at the embassy, Song Qingshu went to find Yelu Nanxian, telling her that there was progress and that in a few days, there should be a result. Yelu Nanxian finally smiled. These days, even the Crown Prince and the others haven't come here, most likely they've heard some news. Song Qingshu put his arm around her waist and smiled. We don't have to do anything now. We just need to wait. They waited for 3 days. 3 days later, something shocking happened in Spirit State City. The great king of Tiandu, the great king of Yeli, and the left and right generals, the Mu brothers, had committed treason. They were stripped of their military power and imprisoned. That very night, the 2 brothers were executed. No one in Spirit State City could react. The 2 great kings, the Mu brothers who controlled half of the military power, were killed just like that? Yelu Nanxian obviously had the same doubts as Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu explained some of the details to her. Not long ago, Li Yuanhao sent his trusted aide disguised as Mu Yuqi's envoy to Sichuan to find the southern Song dynasty's governor Xin Xiaolong. Xin Xiaolong beat Li Yuanhao at his own game and scolded him in front of the envoy, praising the Mu brothers for surrendering to the imperial court and forsaking the darkness for the light. Before he left, he even gave the messenger a farewell dinner. He told the messenger, "Please tell your master to make a decision quickly and not hesitate." When the messenger returned to Western Xia, he immediately reported the situation to Li Yuanhao. Of course, Li Yuanhao was furious. He immediately killed the 2 brothers without giving them any time to react. Therefore, the military power under their command was not able to react in time. Song Qingshu continued, but the Mu clan is quite large. In order to prevent them from doing anything, Li Yuanhao moved the 2 brothers' families and the Mu clan's disciples to Jietan Temple. He hinted to the other powers in the imperial court that he would only kill the main culprit and not kill them all. Of course, these people were also hostages to prevent the other Mu clan members from acting rashly. Yelu Nanxian still had some doubts. This is obviously a Song plot. Li Yuanhao is a great leader, how could he be tricked so easily? Song Qingshu laughed. You only know one thing but not the other. Do you really think Li Yuanhao didn't know this was a plot? He just needed an excuse to get rid of the Mu brothers, and the Song provided him with this excuse. Shangguan Shaoxian was confused and couldn't help but interrupt. What do you mean? Since Li Yuanhao knew this was a plot, why did he still want to get rid of the Mu brothers? Song Qingshu explained, before coming to Western Xia, I carefully investigated the situation here. As the founding emperor, Li Yuanhao can be considered a man of great talent and strategy. But now he is old, and he has a son who has been the crown prince for many years. Unfortunately, Li Yuanhao is still in good health, and the crown prince can't see any hope of inheriting the throne in a short period of time. Moreover, the crown prince is already an adult, and has gathered a large number of his own subordinates. How could Li Yuanhao not be afraid? There are no fathers and sons in the imperial family. Li Yuan and Li Shimin have learned their lesson. How could someone like Li Yuanhao be willing to be imprisoned for the rest of his life like Li Yuan? After thinking about it, the most effective way to solve this problem is to get rid of the crown prince and replace him with a younger son. That way, he will have many more years of buffer time. Although Yelu Nancian was born into the imperial family, she was not of the same bloodline as the imperial family. She couldn't help but be shocked when she heard such a thing. But on second thought, it was a matter of course. As for Shangguan Shaoxian, her small mouth was wide open. She was still in a daze for a long time. This is also why I have always been confident that you can get through this crisis. Song Qingshu held Yelu Nanshan's hand and said with a smile, I think Li Yuanhao is only planning to use the wedding to numb the people of the crown prince's clique. He will make his move soon after the wedding. I just made him move ahead of time. It's not easy to make a move on the crown prince. First, we have to deal with his two uncles who hold military power. Yelu Nancian stuck out her tongue in fear. If it weren't for you, I would really be crippled for the rest of my life. She had thought that marrying someone she didn't like as the crown prince's concubine was painful enough. She didn't expect that there would be something even more painful, and that was to be deposed as the crown prince's concubine. Song Qingshu gently stroked her hair and said softly, Now you can rest assured. With such a thing happening to his two uncles, I don't think they will be able to get married in a short period of time. Yelu Nancian had been on tenterhooks all this time, and she could finally put down the huge stone in her heart. Shangguan Shaoxian, who was beside her, also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they were no longer the target of that bald king. Song Qingshu continued, If I'm not wrong, it won't be long before Li Yuanhao makes his move on the crown prince. At that time, you will be completely free. I used to think that the crown prince was a little hateful, but now I suddenly feel that he is a little pitiful. Yelu Nancian couldn't help but sigh. The people of the imperial family have no choice. Song Qingshu also sighed. This time, he was able to read Li Yuanhao's mind so clearly. First of all, he had watched so many historical dramas in his previous life, so he was already very familiar with them. Second of all, after coming to this world, he had secretly controlled the Qin, Jin, and Liao dynasties. His perspective was no different from that of an emperor, so he could understand the so-called scheming of an emperor. Yelu Nancian suddenly said to the maidservant beside her, Shaoxian, go outside and stand guard. Don't let anyone in. Shangguan Shaoxian curled her lips and muttered as she walked outside, What do you mean don't let anyone in? Isn't it just to send me away? Miss, you've learned bad things from that big pervert. Yelu Nancian, Song Qingshu. After she left, Song Qingshu looked at the beauty beside him with interest. To be honest, he was also very surprised. It had been so long since he had seen her take the initiative. Noticing the aggressive look in his eyes, Yelu Nancian blushed and hurriedly explained, Brother Song, don't misunderstand, I just have something to ask you. Song Qingshu was startled, but seeing the clarity in her eyes, he knew that he had misunderstood. What is it? Brother Song, why do you know so much about what happened in Sichuan? Also, I have a feeling that the Southern Song dynasty's plan to sow discord was all orchestrated by you. Yelu Nanshan's beautiful eyes looked at him calmly, filled with an indescribable expectation. Song Qinshu smiled slightly. Of course I was the mastermind of this plan. Have you forgotten? I am also the Southern Song Dynasty's Prince of Qi. Chapter 1746. Song Qinshu was silent for a while before finally speaking. You're one of us now, there's no need to hide things from you anymore. In fact, before I rushed back to Liao, I was in Sichuan then. He briefly explained what happened in Sichuan, of course, omitting the part about his romantic relationship with Ruan Xingzhu. Yelu Nanxian's eyes lit up as she listened. Big brother Song, I thought you were already very capable, but you're even more capable than I thought. Now, not only Liao, but Sichuan is also your territory. Song Qinshu enjoyed the admiration in her eyes, but he didn't let it get to his head. Right now, I can only say that I have some influence in Sichuan, but I'm still far from having complete control over it. It's the same for Liao. But you've done very well. Before, you were just a nobody, but in a short 2 to 3 years, you've built up such a large territory, and even controlled a real country, a country of heavenly province. Yelu Nanxian was full of praise, but noticing the strange look in his eyes, she suddenly realized something. That's not all, right? Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. I do have some power under my command, but this is related to the safety of countless people. A little carelessness and many people will die without a burial place, so I can't tell you everything for now. I hope you understand. Yelu Nanxian smiled faintly. I'm not an unreasonable person, of course I know the consequences. The two continued chatting for a while longer before Song Qinshu said his goodbyes. I still have to go check on the Mu family situation, see if there's anything I need to deal with. This matter was closely related to his marriage, so Yelu Nanxian naturally wouldn't ask him to stay. Song Qinshu left the embassy, heading to the heavenly prison first. He needed to ensure Lin Pingzhi's safety. Some time ago, because of Li Qinglu's order, Lin Pingzhi was moved to a small courtyard in the heavenly prison. This kind of place was usually prepared for those with high status, but Lin Pingzhi was the one enjoying it. Disguised as a jailer, he sneaked in and found that Lin Pingzhi's injuries were almost healed. His face was glowing, and he seemed to be fatter than before. I don't know what the Western Xia people are doing, they've been treating me with good food and drink. Lin Pingzhi was also puzzled, recounting to Song Qinshu what happened during this period of time. Song Qinshu quickly understood. Looks like Li Yuanhao is going to act against the Empress soon. What do you mean? Lin Pingzhi was confused. Song Qinshu explained, although the Mu brothers were a threat to the imperial power, they were, after all, the meritorious ministers of the Xixia Empire. They had fought wars all over the country and made great contributions to the empire. This time, Li Yuanhao killed the Mu brothers in a thunderous manner. Although he said that he was plotting a rebellion, many people in the empire didn't believe that the Mu brothers, who were above tens of thousands of people, would seek refuge with the Song dynasty. Many people will accuse him of killing meritorious officials, Song Qinshu explained. In order to prevent his reputation from being tarnished, he must find a reason to accuse him of treason. He will immediately depose the Empress, the Mu brothers' younger sister, and then spread the rumor that the Mu brothers knew in advance that their younger sister was deposed, so they held a grudge and planned to rebel. In this way, the Mu brothers' seemingly ridiculous treason will have a reasonable explanation, and Li Yuanhao will have a legitimate reason to get rid of them. As for you, Pingzhi, Song Qinshu smiled, because you are the key to proving the Mu brothers' treason, even if Li Yuanhao knows what happened, he will still publicly commend you for reporting the treason and will treat you with courtesy. Lin Pingzhi was speechless. I was prepared to die on this trip, but I didn't expect there would be such a turn of events. The imperial court is really full of murderous intent, and the rain of blood and wind of foul wind. Compared to this, the conspiracies in Jianghu are not worth mentioning. Song Qinshu patted him on the shoulder. Don't sigh about this, at least we are lucky this time. You stay here for a while, and Li Yuanhao will probably let you out. Only then did Lin Pingji come back to his senses, but he did look at him with a face full of worship. Brother Song, this time, everything was within your calculations, even Li Yuanhao's mentality after that you have already guessed 70 to 80%, even if Zhuge Wuho was alive, he would only be like this. Song Qinshu hurriedly said, How can I be compared with Marquis Wuho? I'm just standing on the shoulders of a giant. With thousands of years of historical experience, coupled with the fact that he was unprepared, the plan was a great success. But no matter what, Lin Pingji's eyes were full of admiration. Recalling the look in his eyes, Song Qinshu couldn't help but think, if Emperor Ai of Han or Fujian were here and saw such a handsome young man who worshipped them, they would probably do something. Feeling a chill in his heart, Song Qinshu hurriedly excused himself with the excuse that he couldn't stay here any longer. After coming out of the prison, Song Qinshu decided to visit Mu Wanqing. The Mu brothers were killed, and as the family members of the guilty officials, they were more or less implicated. Now that they were moved to Jeton Temple, he didn't know how they were doing. Jeton Temple was located in the west of Lingzhou City. Unlike ordinary temples, it had always been backed by the Xixia royal family. Song Qinshu quickly found the place, and found that in addition to the monks, there were many guards around the temple. After all, the relatives of the Mu family were imprisoned here, so the security was naturally tighter. However, the imperial palace and the prison were not a problem for Song Qinshu, let alone this kind of temple. Song Qinshu quietly sneaked in, and smoothly avoided the patrolling guards along the way. But soon, he was in a bit of a dilemma. Because it was a royal temple, Jeton Temple was much bigger than ordinary temples. There were many rooms, and where to find Mu Wanqing in the middle of the night became a problem. After walking around the temple for half a day, Song Qinshu finally gave up the idea of searching blindly. He directly grabbed a young novice monk and asked, Which room is Mu Wanqing in? Great hero, please spare my life. The young novice monk hurriedly begged for mercy. Shut up and answer the question. Song Qinshu patted his bald head. I don't know who Mu Wanqing is? The young novice monk was about to cry. Only then did Song Qinshu realize that he was really confused, so he hurriedly corrected himself. She is the young lady of the Mu family. The young novice monk still looked confused. There are many young ladies in the Mu family. Only then did Song Qinshu remember that the Mu family was a big family, and there should be dozens of young ladies in the Mu family, if not hundreds. He had to add another condition, the most beautiful one. Mu Wanqing's appearance was one of the best among the many female protagonists in the demigods and semi-devils. He did not believe that there was someone more beautiful than her in the remote Mu family of Xixia, especially when he thought of the Mu brothers. With such genes, it would be strange if they could give birth to a beautiful daughter. Hearing him say so, the young novice monk's eyes suddenly lit up, and he described with delight, I know this one. She is like a fairy descending to the earth. She is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. But the only shortcoming is that she is a little too cold, and has a bad temper. Song Qinshu had a strange expression on his face, thinking that the young novice monk looked like a lecherous monk. He did not know how he usually did his homework. Yes, that's her. Where is she? Take me there. Although he was complaining in his heart, Song Qinshu still breathed a sigh of relief. Beautiful, cold, and had a bad temper. Wasn't this talking about Mu Wanqing? It should be known that she would only act like a soft girl in front of him, but in front of others, she was a witch who would kill people with poison arrows at the slightest provocation. Okay. The young novice monk looked excited, making Song Qinshu wonder if he had planned to go there to peep at the beautiful woman. He brought Song Qinshu all the way to a quiet and secluded courtyard at the back of the mountain, pointed to the room inside, and said excitedly, She is in that room, but it seems that she has already fallen asleep. Do you want me to wake up that female benefactor? After knocking him out, Song Qinshu hid him in the bushes in the dark. He still wants to take the opportunity to peep at Sister Wan when she gets up. This lecherous monk is dreaming. Song Qinshu looked unhappy. If it were not for the fact that he was not the kind of person who regarded human life as worthless, he would have sent the young novice monk to the Western Paradise just now. After avoiding the guards outside the courtyard, Song Qinshu quietly sneaked into the room. The candles in the room had long been extinguished. Obviously, the owner of the room had already fallen asleep. Thinking of Mu Wanqing's recent coy attitude, Song Qinshu understood that if he wanted to make a breakthrough, he could only take the initiative. Therefore, he deliberately did not make a sound and quietly came to the bedside. Suddenly, he smelled a refreshing fragrance, causing him to involuntarily become restless. Sister Wan, Sister Wan? Song Qinshu gently shook the shoulder of the beautiful woman beside him, intending to give her a surprise. Unexpectedly, the other party let out a soft moan, and then a soft and hot body directly pressed against him. Song Qinshu only felt a warm and fragrant jade in his arms. Happiness came so suddenly that he didn't know how to react for a moment. Should he first be reserved and pretend to be generous, or should he just go with the flow and give in halfway? While he was hesitating, she had already wrapped herself around his body like a beautiful snake. Her entire body was soft and bouncy. Coupled with the heart-palpitating heat and refreshing fragrance, even an enlightened monk would not be able to resist. Little Sister Wan, today you... Song Qinshu quickly swallowed back his words because he realized that she must be forcefully suppressing the shyness in her heart by not saying anything on purpose. If he exposed all of this, she would most likely lose all benefits due to her shyness. To be honest, Sister Wan usually had a slim and delicate figure, but he didn't expect her to have so much material under her clothes. Why are they so much fuller than usual? After a while, Song Qinshu finally realized that something was wrong. An absurd thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he hurriedly pushed away the woman who was pressing against him. With the help of the faint moonlight shining in through the window, he finally saw the other party's appearance clearly. Her face was exceptionally beautiful, with a pink face and bright eyes, thin eyebrows and a wide forehead, moist red lips, and every part of her was incomparably seductive. She was indeed 60 to 70% similar to Mu Wanqing, so much so that he didn't recognize the difference at first glance. But now that he looked carefully, he realized that they were merely similar because she was none other than Azura Blade Qin Hongmian. At this moment, Qin Hongmian's gown was half undone, and she was nestled in his arms. What a lively and alluring appearance! Song Qinshu was instantly scared out of his wits, and he pushed her away as if he was scalded by boiling water. What kind of joke was this? This was different from Wan Xingzhu and Azi. Qin Hongmian and Mu Wanqing were genuine mother-daughter relationships. Wait, that might not necessarily be the case, however. Song Qinshu hurriedly came back to his senses. What nonsense was he thinking about? Although he didn't think of himself as a gentleman, he was definitely not a filthy person without a bottom line. How could he endure such a scene? Chapter 1747. Song Qinshu was cursing the young novice monk to death. If he hadn't misled him, he wouldn't have subconsciously thought that the woman in this room was Mu Wanqing. Now that he thought about it, he had just described the most beautiful Miss Mu to him, but he actually thought that it was Qin Hongmian? Not to mention whether Qin Hongmian was the Miss Mu, in terms of appearance, could she be more beautiful than Mu Wanqing? It seemed that the young novice monk preferred mature and beautiful women. Could it be that this was a common problem for young men? Bah, that was a young novice monk. Why was he thinking about men's matters instead of eating vegetarian and praying to Buddha? However, Song Qinshu had wrongly blamed the young novice monk. The Buddhism that spread in Xixiao was not the more popular Zen Buddhism in the Central Plains, but it was closer to the Tibetan esoteric Buddhism. When it came to matters between men and women, it didn't have as many rules and regulations as the Shaolin Temple. Don't go. Song Qinshu suddenly stopped. His wrist had been grabbed by a pair of soft hands. Qin Hongmian's voice was so sweet that it was greasy. Where was the usual coldness and fiery temper? Song Qinshu suddenly stopped. It wasn't that he was really persuaded, but he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He was scared out of his wits just now and subconsciously wanted to leave this awkward place, so he didn't notice that Qin Hongmian's eyes were blurry and her whole body was soaked in sweat. Her whole body was emitting an amazing heat and fragrance. Her legs were tightly clamped together, and she was twisting from time to time. Drugged with aphrodisiac? Song Qinshu sat down by the bed and reached out to open her eyes. He observed her pupils and then felt her pulse. His face quickly darkened, because he was sure that Qin Hongmian had been drugged. At this moment, the soft beauty once again wrapped around his body. Her fiery red lips kissed him, as if looking for something to fill the emptiness in her. Madam, Song Qinshu tried to wake her up again. Unfortunately, the only response he got was the other party's increasingly rapid breathing. Song Qinshu no longer hesitated. He reached out and sealed several acupuncture points on her body. The restless little wildcat finally calmed down, but her chest was still rising and falling rapidly. Song Qinshu knew the nature of the aphrodisiacs in this world. If the effects of the aphrodisiac were not completely released, it would be a huge hidden danger if it remained in a woman's body. At that time, even if she was a pure and clean girl, she would still become a woman of unrestrained desire. If Song Qinshu, who had just come to this world, encountered this situation, he would probably reluctantly use his body to detoxify her. In any case, many young heroes in wuxia novels loved to do this kind of thing. However, the current him possessed an exceedingly formidable ability, so how could he be so despicable? Moreover, the other party was Mu Wanqing's mother. After making her sit cross-legged on the bed, Song Qinshu's entire body turned into a shadow and continuously wandered around her. He used his inner energy to open up all the acupuncture points on her body, using this to draw out the effects of the aphrodisiac in her body. Song Qinshu was currently most proficient in controlling the yin and yang qi. Although he didn't know what aphrodisiac Qin Hongmian was drugged with, he understood the principle behind it. The current her was obviously having more yin than yang, and the yin and yang in her body were extremely out of balance. That was why she was so desperate for a man's comfort. The blissful Zen that he originally cultivated was already an expert in this area. Coupled with the solitary yang finger, it was even more effective. After working like this for an hour, Qin Hongmian finally let out an unsuppressible moan, and it could finally be considered a success. Song Qinshu was also so tired that his mouth and tongue were parched. Actually, the consumption of his inner energy was a small matter. The main thing was that the lively scene before him was really too much of a test of his willpower. At this moment, Qin Hongmian looked as if she had just been fished out of the water. The thin silk nightgown on her body had long been soaked through by her sweat, tightly sticking to her well-rounded skin. She looked even more alluring than when she was naked. After reciting the heart-cleansing kindness mantra a few times in his heart, Song Qinshu hurriedly helped her to sleep. Then, he brought the blanket over her, not daring to look at her during the entire process. It wasn't that he didn't want to look, but he couldn't. Especially when he thought of the other party's identity, it was really too taboo. At the same time, a strange thought suddenly welled up in Song Qinshu's mind. Other than his own charm, could it be related to the solitary yang finger that caused Duan Jingchuan's lovers to be unable to forget him for the rest of their lives? After all, this thing was like a divine weapon for women. Just now, when he poked those ordinary acupuncture points on Qin Hongmian's body, she was already moaning and panicking. If he were to use it on her, thank you, at this moment, Qin Hongmian's voice faintly sounded. In an instant, Song Qingshu woke up from his wild imagination. He silently cursed his sins and hurriedly replied, "Madam, do you feel better now?" Qin Hongmian's heart skipped a beat. Thinking about the situation just now, she felt that this sentence sounded strange. However, she still nodded. Yes, much better. At this moment, she didn't have any of the usual Shura blade's murderous aura. Her entire body was as red as a cooked prawn. It was unknown whether it was because of the effects of the medicine or because she was shy. Seeing her shy appearance and the flirtatious expression that was revealed in that instant between her brows, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He silently cursed his sins again and hurriedly changed the topic. "That's right, why was Madame poisoned?" "I don't know either." Qin Hongmian bit her lip, and her eyes finally revealed the usual murderous aura of the Shura blade. One had to know that she was actually conscious just now, but she could no longer control her body and could only follow her body's instincts. Thus, when she saw that Song Qingshu had arrived, the torment in her heart was also incomparable. If it was any other man, she could just kill him afterward. However, she couldn't defeat the man in front of her. Even if she could defeat him, could she really kill him? What if her daughter turned against her and became enemies? Thinking that he was her daughter's future husband, Qin Hongmian's heart was in her throat just now. She was afraid that something irreversible would really happen. If that happened, she would really be better off dead. However, rationality was one thing, and the body's instinctive reaction was another. Feeling that she was taking the initiative to seduce him, Qin Hongmian was so ashamed and angry that she was about to faint. However, she just couldn't control her body. Just like that, walking on the edge of the cliff of morality and desire, Qin Hongmian was about to collapse. In the end, she even gave up resisting. Fortunately, he actually didn't touch her. Instead, he used his unfathomable martial arts to dispel the love poison in her body. When she thought of what had happened earlier, Qin Hongmian felt bashful, but her impression of Song Qingshu was very good. She had seen too many so-called gentlemen's disgusting appearances behind the scenes. The other party was so young, yet he had such self-control. He was truly more of a gentleman than a gentleman. Her daughter's taste in men was indeed much better than hers. When she thought of the scene where she hugged him and kept calling him Duan Lang, Qin Hongmian's tender and alluring face became even redder. "That's right, why are you here?" In order to hide the embarrassment in her heart, Qin Hongmian struggled to sit up. She pulled the blanket to cover her chest with one hand, and used the other to tuck the hair on her face that was wet with sweat behind her ear. "I heard that something happened to the Mu family. The Mu family's family members were moved here, so I came to take a look. I was originally going to look for little sister Wan, but the stinking brat who showed me the way pointed the wrong way, causing me to accidentally barge into Madame's room." Song Qingshu explained with an awkward expression. A rare smile appeared on Qin Hongmian's face. "Thank goodness you came. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to protect my reputation today." She was usually serious in speech and manner, and her personality was strict and fiery. At this moment, the smile she revealed was like the first thaw of ice and snow. Coupled with her peach blossom-like appearance, it was all the more pleasing to the eye. Song Qingshu was a little dazed. Qin Hongmian noticed his gaze. If it was any other day, she would have yelled at him, but now, for some reason, she suddenly felt a little flustered. The two of them sank into silence, and a charming atmosphere seemed to gradually rise in the room. However, Song Qingshu's expression suddenly changed. "Madam, someone is coming." "Who is it? Is it a monk from the temple?" Qin Hongmian's beautiful expression also changed slightly. One had to know that the other party's motive for coming to her boudoir in the middle of the night, coupled with the fact that they had just been drugged, was self-evident. As for who was most likely to have drugged them, it was obvious that the monk in charge of their meals was the most suspicious. These people from Jietan Temple shouldn't be so daring. Song Qingshu unconsciously shook his head, but when he thought of that lecherous little monk, he was not so sure. As the footsteps grew closer, Song Qingshu frowned. He could tell that it was not just one person, but several. After drugging Qin Hongmian, several strong men had come. Song Qingshu could not help but feel a trace of killing intent. Has everything been arranged? Those people stopped outside the door, and a low voice sounded. Everything has been arranged. We have added something to Madame Mu's water. Looking at the time, this should be the time when the effects of the drug are at its strongest. Just enjoy it. Another voice was filled with flattery. This matter has been handled very well. Afterwards, you will not be lacking in benefit. The low voice was mixed with a few traces of excitement. In addition, have those unrelated people stay away. I don't want them to hear anything they shouldn't. This lowly one understands, this lowly one understands. Then we will not disturb your pleasure. After the flattering voice finished speaking, the sound of distant footsteps could be heard. It was clear that the others had already left. Song Qingshu inwardly sneered. I want to see just who you are. Qin Hongmian suddenly pulled on his sleeve and made a shushing gesture. Let's observe the situation first. Song Qingshu nodded. There was no harm in being careful. Who knew which deity had come? Hearing the other party push open the door, Qin Hongmian hurriedly said, Come hide on the bed. Song Qingshu was startled and said with some embarrassment, That's not very good. But even though he said that, his body still turned over and jumped onto the bed. Qin Hongmian directly handed over the other half of the blanket. Hide it first quickly. Chapter 1748. The moment she entered the blankets, a wave of warmth greeted her, mixed with a delicate fragrance that was like musk and orchid, causing Song Qingshu to lose focus for a moment. Qin Hongmian clearly realized that something was wrong and subconsciously shrunk her body towards the bed, afraid that there would be any skin contact between the two. But soon, the two of them could not care about this, because the footsteps of the person who entered were getting closer and closer, accompanied by extremely heavy breathing. Qin Hongmian hurriedly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Shouldn't you be tossing and turning now? That person noticed Qin Hongmian's current quiet state and muttered to himself in confusion, Could it be that the medicine hasn't taken effect yet? Qin Hongmian's body stiffened all of a sudden. It was obvious that her heart was filled with rage and fear. Song Qingshu, who was at the side, sensed her nervousness. He patted her hand lightly and said via secret voice sending, Don't be afraid. I'm here. Hearing his words, Qin Hongmian suddenly relaxed. A thought flashed through her mind, if only Duan Lang was this considerate to me, but she quickly expelled this undesirable emotion from her mind. She was really laughable, still thinking about that heartless man after so many years. The footsteps got closer and closer, finally stopping by the bed. Then, the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard, and it was especially obvious in the silent room. Beauty, I'm here. Feeling that the other party seemed to be squatting down and his face getting closer and closer to her, Qin Hongmian, who had a fiery temper to begin with, could no longer hold back and directly raised her hand to slap the other party's face. The other party exclaimed in surprise, but he reacted quickly and grabbed the other party's wrist. Since you're still awake, that's good. Otherwise, it'll be boring to play without knowing anything. Seeing the other party's appearance clearly, Qin Hongmian's entire body trembled, and she was momentarily dazed. It was in this instant that the other party had already stretched out his hands and pressed on her pulse, preventing her from displaying her martial arts skills. Immediately after, the other party flipped over and pressed her onto the bed with his heavy body, his foul mouth moving towards her face. Qin Hongmian tried to resist with all her might, but unfortunately, being pressed down by the other party's body weight, coupled with the fact that her pulse was being controlled, it was completely useless. Instead, the twisting of her body stimulated the other party's desire even more. Tsk, such a supple body. Mu Yuchi, that bastard, is really wasting such a treasure. That person chuckled. He was just about to take another step forward when his vision suddenly darkened, and then he fell to the ground. Is Madam all right? Song Qingshu went over to help Qin Hongmian up. I'm fine. Qin Hongmian sat up with a lingering fear in her heart. She gently leaned against the headboard of the bed. She suddenly thought of something and turned her head to look at the ground beside her. He's not dead, is he? Song Qingshu was stunned. No, I just knocked him out. Moreover, such a lowly person deserves to die, so why is Madam worried about him? He thought that the other party was Duan Zhengchun, but after careful observation, although he was quite tall, there was still a big gap between him and Duan Zhengchun. Moreover, he was also much older than Duan Zhengchun. Coupled with his distinctive Mediterranean hairstyle, he was definitely a native of Xixia. Why was Qin Hongmian so nervous? It couldn't be her lover, right? Noticing the strange look in the other party's eyes, Qin Hongmian's face reddened. She knew that he had misunderstood and glared at him angrily. What are you thinking? I'm worried because of his identity. Identity? Sensing the other party's anger, Song Qingshu secretly smacked his lips. Sure enough, she had a lively temper. Such a little pepper couldn't be easily provoked. Fortunately, Sister Wan's temperament was much softer than hers. He's the current emperor of Xixia, Li Yuanhao. Qin Hongmian snorted in annoyance as she tidied up her somewhat disheveled clothes. We're in trouble this time. Li Yuanhao? Song Qingshu was stunned. He had never expected that this perverted thief, who came to steal a woman in the middle of the night, would actually be the emperor who had countless beauties in his harem. Wait, could it be that Li Yuanhao had gotten rid of the Mu brothers in order to obtain Qin Hongmian? Isn't this a bit too much of a joke? After I was brought back from Dali by Mu Yuchi, I once followed him into the palace to visit the emperor and the empress. At that time, I noticed that the way he looked at me was a little strange. However, I didn't think too much about it and thought that I was just being paranoid. I didn't expect. Qin Hongmian bit her lip, her eyes full of anger. However, it was mixed with more hesitation and weakness. If she had encountered such a situation on a normal day, she would have directly raised her sword and killed the other party. However, the other party was the ruler of a country, the current emperor. Unlike people like Song Qingshu who came from the later generations, the people of this world naturally had a kind of reverence for imperial power. Even if she was the Azura Blade of Jianghu, when faced with the emperor's invasion, she was at a loss for what to do and didn't know how to deal with it. Directly kill him? Are you kidding me? Let him go and pretend that nothing had happened? But it was too aggrieving. No matter how she thought about it, she still couldn't think of what to do. In the end, even her voice became a little weaker. Why don't we let him go, let him go? Song Qingshu smiled. After we let him go, we'll let him come back to settle the score? If we don't let him go, should we kill him? That will lead to a terrible disaster. Qin Hongmian's beautiful face turned pale. Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. No matter how brave and fierce these people of Jianghu were on normal days, they would become so weak and pitiful in the face of a real struggle. Of course we can't kill him. Let me think about it first. Originally, he thought that he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to kill Li Yuanhao and replace him. In any case, it wasn't the first time that he had done something like disguising himself. However, he dispelled this tempting idea in the end. Because this time was different from the past. In the past, he more or less had some resources in that country. But now, he had no foundation in Xixia at all. Moreover, he was completely unfamiliar with the situation in the imperial court of Xixia. And he was even more unfamiliar with Li Yuanhao's behavior and habits. If he rashly pretended to be Li Yuanhao, he would most likely be seen through. It was a small matter if his disguise was seen through. But, if it led people to suspect the situation in the Qin Kingdom, the Jin Kingdom, and Liao Kingdom, then the loss would really outweigh the gain. But, if we let him go, we can't keep today's matter under wrap. Qin Hongmian also had an awkward expression on her face. Song Qinshu comforted her. Don't worry, I have a way. But, later, no matter what Madam hears or sees, you must not get excited, and don't make a sound. Qin Hongmian didn't understand, but she still nodded. She was very curious as to what the other party would do. Then, under the shocked gaze of the other party, Li Yuanhao woke up. Li Yuanhao rubbed his eyes. Before he could regain his senses, he saw 2 deep circles of black holes. An illusory voice sounded in his ears. You entered the room, lifted Madame Mu's quilt, and ruthlessly pressed her under your body. She tried to resist, but how can a woman's strength compare to a man's? The more she resisted, the more excited you became. Especially when you touched her full and plump body to the side. Qin Hongmian raised her eyebrows. She was about to explode, but she noticed that the two's current state was somewhat abnormal. So, she curbed her suspicions and decided to observe the situation first. But when she heard the words that came out of Song Qingshu's mouth, it was even more seductive than the obscene lyrics and songs of the brothel. It didn't take long for her to blush. Song Qingshu made up everything that happened after Li Yuanhao fainted. Moreover, he made it so vivid that Li Yuanhao was soon engrossed in it. He hugged a stool and madly attacked. Thank you, teacher. Bye. Thank you, 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 teacher. Bye. Thank you, 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 thank you. Thank you, 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 thank you. By now, Li Yuanhao had already been successfully hypnotized and had fallen into an illusion created by those words. This wasn't the first time that Song Qinshu had done something like this. Previously in the Jin Kingdom and Liao, he had actually tried it on a small scale. The Hailing King, Wanyan Liang, was the greatest victim. Not long after, with a low roar, Li Yuanhao finally recovered. Song Qinshu shook his head. Li Yuanhao could be considered a hero of his generation, but unfortunately, time and tide wait for no man. He still had the will but not the strength. After pressing on his sleeping acupuncture point, Song Qinshu said to Qin Hongmian, "It's all good now. He thinks that he has already obtained you. When the time comes, madam, remember not to spill the beans. Just pretend that what happened tonight was as I just described." Qin Hongmian's face immediately turned red. This was because in his description, Li Yuanhao had played himself over and over again. Just thinking about the details made her unable to bear it. This boy was so young, how could he be like this? Qin Hongmian suddenly felt that if her pure and innocent daughter followed him, wouldn't she be played to death by him in the future? "Madam, did you hear me clearly?" Seeing that she pursed her lips and didn't speak, Song Qinshu couldn't help but ask. I understand." Although Qin Hongmian was a little angry in her heart, she also knew that this matter was of great importance. If she wasn't careful, she would face the calamity of having her entire family wiped out. Although she felt a little disgusted, she could only cooperate. "In order to prevent any accidents from happening when he wakes up tomorrow, I will stay here tonight to accompany Madam," Song Qinshu said with a straight face. It had to be known that the soul-shifting technique wasn't omnipotent. When Li Yuanhao woke up the next day, it would be the most dangerous time. If he discovered any flaws, there was no guarantee that he would remember what really happened tonight. Hearing that he would accompany her tonight, Qin Hongmian's heart skipped a beat. However, she quickly understood that she was thinking too much. She nodded and said, "Thank you. It's no trouble at all." Song Qingshu faintly smiled. Then, he went over to lift Li Yuanhao up and threw him behind the screen. Then, he went to check if the doors and windows were locked properly. Alright, what kind of martial art was that? Qin Hongmian suddenly recalled the miraculous performance just now and couldn't help but be curious. That's the soul-shifting technique from the 9-in manual. It can control a person's mind to a certain extent. Song Qingshu answered. Soul-shifting technique? As a person of the pugilistic world, Qin Hongmian had naturally heard of some legends about this martial art. I heard that people who are under this martial art will listen to the words of the person who cast it? It's not that exaggerated. Actually, there are still many restrictions. Song Qingshu explained. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.